position where he can't really see his surroundings. He can't plan that rotate, and only being 73 above, they're just gonna have to Oni mask in.
Trying to play this end game though, another one of our top 3 teams in that 3rd spot specifically, but I drop Sky. The job's not finished. They've got to deal with a perfectly healthy Savage underneath, although I drop trying to change that narrative as we speak. Gonna be forced to crank up just a little bit though. So much of his hard material having been committed this early is going to make it very difficult for him to continue moving deeper into the center of zone, but at this point, he's just trying to play next to Sky. He's just trying to create a brief moment of relief to gauge out whether or not it's even feasible for them to get across that hill, but he doesn't really have much time to think. He just needs to get the damage on now.
Yeah, good news is they have that water sprite that they can place while looking for tags. It looks like he might have gotten enough with that crack, but in the meantime, he got cracked as well. As now they have to play defensive, but 152 above. It's kind of still on the borderline in these levels of the game. As you can see, in just half a second, drops instantly down to 49 below as they continue to look tags from afar, but I don't think it's enough yet to full on go into an engagement. The issue is iDrop has no more minis, no more bigs, no more water sprite, nothing to recuperate this potential storm surge. So as the clock starts ticking in Sky as well as Crack, they're gonna have to make a bigger play here soon.
They're just going to have to commit to the low ground. That's where we saw them have the most success in yesterday's matches. That's where their Victor Royale stemmed from initially. Saying, this is a repeat opportunity here necessarily, but at least in the low ground, they can look to try and play backside, try and pick off somebody who's worse for wear.
Oh, Mr. Savage is tot.
Right now,
Mr. Savage is dead.
They're just drawing in the focus of teams that are already based up, already looking to try and ensure that nobody else has the opportunity to try and challenge them.
Storm glows now. It's starting to tick. Sky has just a few seconds left to his name, trying to make it count, as it's going to be all up to iDrop shortly here, as now with the siphon mats and 2 seconds left as well, iDrop needs a miracle to get out of this situation. It looks like he is going to go down. Good effort. It was difficult to get out of. As we go back to Malibuka, Walks, and Ping, who are having a legendary match with the amount of loot eliminations and everything they've gotten to lead up to this end game.
That was a massive jumping overshot, but Mongrel Panzer, disaster has struck for this team. They look like they were in a
Panzer hier mit 2 Leben.
Panzer
mit 2 Leben, das wird extrem schwierig jetzt für die Band. Er muss sich unbedingt heilen.
Everybody surrounding them, just taking note of all these weakened trios, trying to take advantage of that as well. I think it at least looked for that revive onto Mongrel would be massive, but Panzer knows they've got to create space at least.
Mr. Savage lebt. Mongrel hier doch dead.
Merstash being the elimination leader. Panzer's number 2 in damage from yesterday, but after he goes down with his 5 eliminations, it's all up to Mr. Savage trying to get ahead. A good amount of materials, but the issue is damage, shields. He's got the fishing rod. If he gets lucky enough here, if he pulls some shield fish, some floppers, anything to put him back into the game, it could be legendary with the shield fish getting picked up from the first fish, as now he's still 87 below though, Taco. I don't know if he could just fish this one out. I think he might have to just start looking for tags.
He's just fishing for placement at this point, hoping that the shield fish and the floppers can buy him enough time that somebody else gets eliminated in the process. A small fry even just to give him an extra little touch of HP, but again, you're fishing inside the zone at this point, right? There's nothing left for him to do other than hope that more teams just continue to fall around him.
Das wird nicht mal.
Oh,
scheiße.
9 zone fishing. Gets the small fry now, forced to make the
das schafft er nicht mehr, schafft er nicht mehr. Ja, komm, er hat so einen Damage gemacht. 14. War gut.
Already tarping their way through the mid ground, and considering where the day started for them, game 7, Veno, a menace with his Invis medallion, just making sure to tarp through all of the secondary height. It's only a matter of time before they look to challenge for ultimate high as well here, Takata, but they are clearing out the teams behind them, the teams that aren't so fortunate enough as far as a loot is concerned to be able to actually charge their way forward. And Veno, he's just ready to pounce.
You can see how effectively they're able to look for those tags, look for those refreshes when they're in desperate need. But Demas picks Darm, the trio in their first ever FNCS Major Finals, showing how aggressive, how confident they are still able to be, coming from yesterday on fire, as now Veno, Vico, Flixie are making play for height.
And Veno's already taken it. The other team pushed down. He's going to give a little bit of backup here to Flixie, who's caught up in a bit of a sticky situation, but it's no problem. He's got it all under his thumb. Hijo going to be the next victim here, potentially. He's just trying to stay safely concealed in that secondary layer, but Veno, he knows there's a body behind him. He knocked it earlier. He's going to go claim the loot even, make sure he has as many mats as possible. In the low ground, though, Malabuka fighting for his life.
In the trenches, just 7 builds to work with, but he hits a huge pump. It's going to give him that siphon needed to last just a bit longer. The materials to tarp ahead as Demas, Pix, and Darm continue to claim their wrath on low as Rax gets taken out. All they have to do now is stay ahead, claim space, but the issue is Demas has no mats. He needs to find some for his IGL, for his tarper. He needs to hunt for some sort of refresh. All the good news is, though, they were able to make it ahead, but Malabuka is going to go down.
King, though, still lurking, but he's gonna get spotted out by Bolin. No chance to escape even. Veno gonna cut him off the moment he tries to layer swap. And Veno now up bull, down below. Veno knows that there's just one team looking to control the front side low, and it's Demas's.
Where did this change? Demas now put into pressure as his team goes down 1 by 1. Pix is low on
3 versus 3.
In the blink of an eye, they had 2
Vico.
eliminations, and all of a sudden they're
Oh my god, Vico.
picks up another one, looking for the last one onto Demas as he has 4 splashes left.
Schön.
Forced to go into zone,
Schön.
tank a bit, look for a potential angle on his last
Oh mein
opponent.
Gott, Alter.
Medallion's gonna be picked
Demos
up.
versus Vico.
Now,
1 versus 1 versus 1.
Demas looks for the angle, drops down low as Vico, looking for any possible connection, gets back on high ground, but all it takes is one big shot.
Vico jetzt auf High. Er hat noch 4 Splashes. Demos überlebt das keinesfalls. Ja, und Vico hat gewonnen. Oh mein Gott.
We are seeing the victory royale bestowed upon Veno, Vico, and Flixie.
Vico said, look, I know you're a rookie here in the major finals. Let me give you a quick masterclass of how to close out a match. Going up to, what, I don't know, close to 15 eliminations. Taco, we saw them getting into the end game. They had like 2, maybe 3 elims. We look at another team, look back, they're at like 12 or 13. I mean, this trio is looking unstoppable.
And it's crazy to think, too, because the early to mid-game, it was definitely a little bit scrappy. We saw some circumstances where they were definitely looking to at least apply surge tag damage, but the way that they were able to seamlessly transition from mid to late game, the way that Veno just masterfully calculated the perfect time to take over height, it's just one of those circumstances where this team is just firing off on all cylinders.
Nobody does it like them on the high ground, able to secure so many eliminations, and not only that, keep themselves in a prime position to get the victory royale. Look, I need to take a break because I am way too hyped right now. Desk, Frank, 11 Mini, what just happened?
Thank you so much. Well, I mean, confidence, experience, and sheer fragging power. This is a trio, boys, that absolutely has it all. They've set out their stall. They've started as they mean to go on, and day 2 of Major 1 finals. And 11, it's just looking so good for these boys right now.
I said it yesterday when you asked me, you know, who am I looking at? Are they in a good spot? They're in the pole position. I'm loving this start to the day for this trio. Finally, get a zone, by the way. Can we talk about that for a second? Yesterday was unbelievable, the zones we were getting. We finally see them get a zone. They're able to play for Island as a result of it, Mini. And then you see the way the rest of the game plays out from there. Veno with the medallion, the best in the world when he has that win condition on him. And then the 2 other players with him, Vico, Flixie, Vico, doing the big 1v1 at the end to get the job done. Very, very happy for his team right now.
Super, super impressive. Another textbook game from them, really, with the way they chopped down height, took it for themselves, of course. When they're up in that position, the amount of eliminations that they're able to get is just second to none. And yeah, as you say, this is a perfect start for them. Able to claim island as well. You can see the island there in the little mini-map. That is a perfect zone for them to actually get another, or actually for the first time, a nice little north zone pull. But what I was really impressed with here was right there at the end. I know that Vico, you know, has been sort of an up-and-comer for a while. Not that anymore, absolutely. But for, you know, a couple of years ago, would have expected Vico maybe to drop down, maybe to try and take that fight. But I love the maturity from him there at the end, just to showcase what he knows, what he can do, and how much he's developed as a player. He didn't drop down and try and 1v1 the last player. He just stayed up there. Shotgun, little chip damage, and that's all he needed to do.
Well, yeah, again, just that breath, that cool, right? When, you know, he has a knock that he's picked up, so you have some time to play in the storm, right? Because you have that damage you can work with, right? He takes down picks there, and then obviously you can go pick up the medallion now from Veno, right? And the medallion is the key for him taking height off of, you know, Demas and Pigs and them here, right? Because look, you see Demas goes down, he's running out of mats, and Vico identifies this, so instead of continuing to top out and allowing Demas to actually just like spray him down, he's playing with his HP. He has the chug splashes to work with, and he's able to just chip away at his HP very, very easily there. So really composed win from Vico, which again is something that maybe you wouldn't have always said about Vico as a player, being able to have those composed moments.
And how fantastic to also see Vico, who had his breakout year really in 2023, versus Demas, who we're witnessing have his breakout right now. I have a feeling this is a rivalry that's gonna run and run, and there's so much more to come after this break.
Zwei Minuten Pause, Leute, wie ihr jetzt sehen könnt. In 2 Minuten, also 3 Minuten geht's auf gut Deutsch weiter. Wenn mal kurz weg, kommt er später. Ah, 4 Sekunden, Leute. Bin ich ja genau rechtzeitig wieder da.
Welcome back to to day 2 of the FNCS Major 1 Finals, and Europe is truly representing today because we witness the greatness, the fitness of Flixie, Venno, and Vico. 1v1 between Vico and Demas, and there's plenty more to talk about from this game. One of the things I want to draw people's attention to very quickly is that the top 5 are left wide open now, because actually 3 of our trios who were in the top 5 at the end of day 1 actually went down early. So we lost
hier die Platzierungen.
and as you can see, that's clearly had an impact on the standings.
Also Vico, Venno, Flicky auf Platz 1 nach wie vor, gefolgt von Pixie, Dam und Demos mit 413, Marius Q auf Platz 3, Malibuka, Vox und Ping auf Platz 4, Sweezy, Queasy und Mastach auf Platz 7, Flatscher, Comeback und Mikeson auf 8,
Yeah, it's funny, right? Because if you had told me
Teeny, Sky und Harris auf Platz 9. Und wo stehen Mr. Savage, Hansa und Moncrar? Da ist Demos.
These guys are lighting the world up right now. And again, I've spoken so much about them, so I won't repeat myself. What I will say is, in this game, the low ground domination from them, right? In terms of just clearing out everybody. Like the way they're just hunting down these teams, any sense of weakness they sniff out. Look at just how quickly they just completely 200-0 these guys. Demas hitting every single shot needed. Dom doing the same. Pix leading the charge. This team looks just so strong, so good. Again, bit unfortunate in a 1v1. He runs out of mats there. He can't continue to build and keep himself alive in that one. But again, that game pushes them into second place now. And if this is going to be the team that's pushing Vico, Venno, and Flixie towards the end, they're going to be a great competitor, but still so impressive that they're even in this position in the first place, Frankie.
Oh, it is incredible to witness. I have a feeling that they're definitely going to be contending for this top spot at the end of the remaining games we have today. And another trio that's stepping things up into day 2 is Malibuka, Ping, and Wox, because Malibuka, he is not going to go down without a fight, Mini-One. He wants that spot in Global Championships.
Yeah, it's a very similar sort of team to Vico and Flixie, albeit having a little bit less success, a lot less success over the course of this weekend. But we talked about it yesterday. They're a team that maybe hadn't had the best day 1, and they needed to get off to a good start in day number 2, and of course game 1 of day 2. 4th place for these guys though, 10 eliminations. That's really what did it for them. Malibuka in particular really popping off, Ping as well here in this end game. But this is what we need to see more from this team. Of course, another sort of well, more of a favorable zone for them, Levin. So I want to see them keeping on this momentum, because they can do it, and they're a team that can have that firepower.
Yeah, I know you're saying not the best start on day 1. They were sick. Like, it's not like they were like way in like the down. Like, if you told me that, oh, Cammy and say you had a bad start, I'd be like, yeah, fair enough, mate. You know, like, you know, Ping was they were still there and thereabouts. And I do agree. I think a lot of people saw them as a contender. I did, you did, right? And you had them as a winner, right? I don't know too much about that. But, you know, they're getting back in there. They're finding some momentum. I think they went down in a couple mid games yesterday in fights where you maybe would have expected them to win. So hopefully they can get back to their best firepower wise today.
Can I just also, PSA, Cammy did make it to the end game in game 7, whereas yesterday I think they had issues in every single game in terms of their off score. We didn't make a single end game, so things are looking up. The problem is for the likes of Cammy and Seti and Chari is that there is no 1.5x multiplier on day 2. You just have to carry on your consistency from day 1 and just keep swimming or keep fragging in the case of Venno, Vico and Flixie, which I'm sure all of our trios will be trying to emulate as we head into game number 8.
Thanks so much, Frankie, Levin, and Mini Miner. But Takada, if Game 7 is any indication of what we can expect for the rest of our matches here today in Major 1 Finals, it's going to be a barn burner.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be non-stop action. I mean, when some of these trios are able to make it to end game, they just absolutely pop off. But speaking of the early game, we still have a lot of things going on. Lost Lake, Seaport, it's just non-stop third party, fourth party, fifth party. I mean, team after team are going in to join the party.
Und wir gehen in Runde 8 rein, Leute.
Starts now.
Next round, Game 8.
Yeah, Game 8 is going to be our secondary match of day 2 here, but the scene has been set. All of these teams, particularly the ones surrounding the southern edge of the map have just been under such heavy fire from the battery of third-party circumstances. If you're not finishing your time to elimination for these fights in like 30 seconds or less,
das hier wird den ersten Kampf schon geben, Leute.
Yeah, UX and his trio that actually ended up taking out Hariska and Tini in the last match. They're actually also in their first ever FNCS major finals, so seeing them take out a veteran trio that's so good at fighting as well is quite impressive. We'll see if they're able to do it again here, though. Paris is looking for some connections with the SMG.
Paris, epic.
As Gavi has already been cracked, the pressure has been put onto him, and so far it is just kind of angles back and forth. But a Seaport,
Queasy, Mastach und Sweezy.
Once again, Merstash, Queasy, Sweezy need to be careful here. As they do find that initial pick.
Mastach gewonnen.
He got dropped down to just a sliver of HP, but it doesn't matter as long as they got that even.
The main thing here is that none of them were knocked. So considering that it's now Momsy just fleeing for any semblance of saving his life here, there probably won't be as much third party taking place because teams are going to notice, okay, that fight was cleaned up a little bit too quickly. They're likely going to have a massive advantage with establishing themselves in Seaport. It's better to just rotate elsewhere for Surge.
Taking a look again here at Tini Hariska.
Tini?
No eliminations on the board
mit
yet.
Sky und mit Harris. Oh, schön. Harris holt Ans. Tini, schön. Sky ist tot. Aber es macht nichts, sie scheinen allein zu sein.
Should hopefully be able to get that reboot off in time, but still have to think about those third-party opportunities. It'd be nice to see one of them looking to kind of keep tabs on scoping the landscape surrounding them or feeding into Shogun's Solitude. That seems to be the intent from Tini. Wants to make sure that Svi's reboot goes off uninterrupted.
Yeah, we did see third parties come through, but hopefully they should be good. As we look back over to Lost Lake with Cami, Seti, Hari. I mean, they made it to the end game in the last match. Didn't get top 3, top 5, but it was an improvement, a significant one from yesterday's matches. And even though they don't have a lot of loot or mats or basically anything, at least all of them are up and running.
But it's the fact that they've essentially had to abandon Lost Lake.
Jetzt hängt er selber hier. Kami, Seti und Cherry.
To get any of the material, any of the loot they need, like you just mentioned, and they're going to be encountering teams that are hungry for those early surge fights. So when you're left so weakened just by your starting point, it's gonna be very difficult, I think, for Cami and Seti and Hari to make something of it. But X-Force F9, Robin, this is a very familiar fight here at Magic Mosses.
Yeah, the
Auf wen gehen sie? Auf Noms, Grippy. Oh yeah. Und Reasebot. Oh, die gehen aber sehr aggressiv hier rein, die drei. Hoffentlich wird das ihnen jetzt nicht zum Verhängnis hier. Alle drei wieder 100 Leben, also 200 Leben. Oh, Noms guckt. Ja. Ace Force tot. Oh, schön. Schön. Jetzt schlachten sie die Gegner hier ab. Oben im Wald beim Magic Moses in der Höhle. In der großen Schatzhöhle. Robban, hahaha. Shep wurde extrem angeschossen von Sky.
They love making these early rotates from Rolling Blossom's farm, putting pressure onto teams that are trying to essentially prevent themselves from getting cleaned up super early on. Janice, Chap, and Noah Riley had a relatively difficult day one. We saw there are instances where we thought that they were going to have crazy pop-offs, and they did towards the end of yesterday, but you want to make sure that you are repeating that consistently.
Yeah, that's the thing about having 12 matches to be played out. In terms of iDrop Sky Scroll, what they're consistently doing are looking for those third parties. It looks like maybe it was earlier, but at least not now. They didn't go over to Seaport. Normally that Seaport third party is literally like a minute 30 seconds after they drop. But with Queasy having finished that fight off so early on, it looks like they're just at Mask Meadows looking for a bit more damage. Frizzy, Lucia, Rakuza, which is Starkus, had a rough start to the previous match, but it looks like they were at least able to get a bit of damage in this engagement. We'll see if it continues on later as we head back over to Veno, Vico, and Flixie. We're getting a bit more fraggy here in the early to mid game.
Yeah, Veno's team taking notice of what's been going down at Lost Lake, and they want a part of it. Vico just immediately editing Vipro into his box. That is so tragic. There's nowhere left to run. But 2 big eliminations this early on Takada, and depending on how these zones favor them, have to remember yesterday we did see a ton of south pulling zones. If I'm not mistaken, I believe at least 5 of them were leaning that direction. So knowing that it might be a little bit more favorable for them if the zones continue to pull northern like they did in Game 7, that could be a real runaway.
Da haben wir die 2 Platzierten von eben. Demos, Pixie, Pex und Demos.
Up until like what, the second or third moving, but then they turn a couple into 15. So as long as just able to get to those late games with a good amount of loot, mats, damage, everything you need kind of from that checklist, then hopefully you can see them continue to frag out. And also, hey, shout out to Pix, Bemis, and Darm. I mean,
ja, ist das gute Grafik down hier, so scheiße, Alter.
Of day 2, still on fire with the amount of aggression we saw in that late game. Hopefully they're able to keep it up, because these could be contenders of not only breaking records, but making history.
Oh, wer ist tot? Wer ist tot? Wer ist tot?
Lost Shark. And that's gonna leave it up to him and his duo to try and get out of this situation against what most likely is iDrop Sky and Scroll.
Ja.
But no, it's actually
Chap.
It's gonna be Yanis.
Und Janis und Noah Ready.
Coming through, but you hear the Typhoon Blade. It's dangerous. It means I want to go in your box. As the knock's gonna come through.
No Ready is dead. Chap und Janis leben noch.
Are they gonna continue pushing?
Ja, schön, schön.
Doesn't matter. The double pump comes through, and Ju gets knocked down.
That is definitely not what Ju is anticipating on the other end of that wall here, but Janis, he's still just stuck trying to fend for himself. Chap unfortunately picked off the third party success.
Chap ist ebenfalls dead. Nur Janis letzter Überlebender. Er versucht hier mit Metall zu entkommen. Das wird schwierig für ihn. Ja. Janis dead. Janis dead. 75.
Fully out of material to begin with, and Pixovsky just fully benefiting, fully ready to start actually moving forward.
I mean, doing what they could. Well, Yanis was doing what he could to survive, but you got 3 players playing full aggro onto you. It's only a matter of time. Pixie, Vanya, Marius, hopefully able to make something happen here in game 8. Not the best start to the day, but with 2 eliminations on the board already, our higher hopes for this trio so far.
I think the higher hopes conversation is largely just stemming from the fact that you have to remember this is one of our teams that just barely scraped by to being in the Major 1 finals in the first place. But if you manage to catch any of their action through that last chance qualifier, I mean, they opened up with a massive entry point. The 3 of the first matches they played being Victory Royales in a format that was exclusively dependent on Victory Royales in order to win here, and yet throughout the course of this Major 1 finals, Takada, we have yet to see them win a game. We know that they have the firepower capabilities, but the fact of the matter is they just haven't managed to connect it all the way through.
Just shows the difference of play-ins, groups, and you can see Major finals as iDrop Sky and Scroll are looking for a chop here. a potential opening for some shots on the trio up above. Have they pre-placed the Orni masks? Hopefully they have, because if not, it's a world of danger for them as Sky continues to find an angle here. Gotta be careful, as now eyes are going to be on them from all the trios in the surrounding area.
Sky.
All they need is a bit of damage, even a knock, to give them that entry point to continue aggressing forwards. Shot coming through, but nothing big connecting yet.
A couple of tags onto Marduk's legs, but Sky knows. Just want to stay on layer above. Scroll also gonna make sure to try and take over, but height completely cut off from him. Other teams still surrounding the area by Lost Lake just refuse to allow Scroll, Eyedrop, and Sky that leverage, because it's going to be Radion and Rax for Dodge. The Italians holding them steady, not going to allow this actual full box fight to take place either. Sky, Scroll, they know it's better. Let's just disengage.
Yeah, better play it safe here. They did get a bit of back and forth anyways, so half of a soft fight is going to be enough to withstand a little longer. I mean, how central they are as well in terms of the zone, the amount of trios around them. There should be more opportunities here to find those tags as they continue to make use of their time refarming builds from POIs or just previous structures. As we look back at Vico, Veno, Flixi. What's going on over here?
Just clearing out the area. They've got great bush coverage as is, just natural map environment doing them a solid here, but Vico, Flixi, Veno, they're definitely still hunting. They notice surge bases off in the distance, so they're trying to make sure that they keep a wall constantly blocking off that angle from other teams to try and take advantage of it. But with the way that the Shogun's Arena is just coming into our viewpoint, Skada, this team has one thing in mind, and it is tackling Shoguns for sure.
Already marked on the map. Vico just saying, hey, you know, we're taking a little bit too much time here, guys. Let's clear the bushes in front of us, make sure we've got a direct path, and try and make something happen as this appears. But it's going to be Nefrizzi, Lucia, and Starkus who are under the island as well. Will they make a play for it, though, is what I'm wondering.
Don't forget about Queasy.
Yeah, they know what's about to happen. As it looks like Swizzy on the opposite end. You said it yourself. Queasy and his trio want this. Nefrizzi wants it as well. We got a lot of trios contesting it this time.
Ich sehe da Neutral und Panzer. Allerdings sehe ich nicht Mr. Savage. Das lässt mir Sorgen.
Some of these barrels lying around, but more importantly still, they can never feel comfortable. Whether or not they recognize the fact that it's Queasy trio, you can probably get a good read on the fact that there's just more than one team up here with us, and until at least one of them get pushed down, at the very least, though, they're not caught between. So the sandwich taking place potentially for Lucia is a really difficult position to be in, because getting off the island is next to impossible, especially when you've got two teams full of sharpshooters.
Maybe you won't want to get off the island anytime soon, though, because due to the zone, I mean, I'd say there's a decent chance that this island actually does pull towards the later zones in the match, so they might be able to use that to their favor. But the issue is now, you know, getting aggression from the Shogun boss is going to cause a world of chaos on any trio that gets it. So in the meantime, it is just going to be look for tags and kind of wait for an opening if they ever do want to try and take on that boss with the other trios around.
Shogun just waiting for an opponent, waiting for an enemy. Imagine somebody accidentally manages to crossfire him.
Ja, 75 Leute, die leben. Oder 27 Teams andererseits. Es sind erst 6 Teams gestorben. Did the most damage of any team. And so won 3,809.
That's actually provided, and
also Sweezy, Queasy und Message haben den meisten Damage auf der ersten Zone gemacht. Ich sehe da Mr. Savage. Mr. Savage lebt auf jeden Fall noch. Das sieht sehr gut aus. Ist jetzt bei Neutral und Panzer.
As much off as possible to keep themselves safe and secure.
Latscher mixen und
openings on the opponents rotating through, but it seems like the zone is pulling further away from this Rift Island, so Shogun's Arena is going to get started here. The battle is going to commence for the boss fight. But who's going to end up taking it?
Right now, it seems to be in favor of Swizzy and Merstash. They're trying to prevent any tags coming out of Vico's team so that the Shogun doesn't teleport over to their side as well. They want to limit its movements as much as possible. Savage still having to be incredibly wary, not just of the team on the Shogun's arena, but also the teams directly surrounding his area. Teams that are trying to cross over into the zone, pushing from those southern sections up towards Edge. That's pulling just a little bit over Twinkle Terrace. But Savage, they've got ample amounts of damage above this threshold right now.
33 Punkte haben sie schon.
They're not in a rush necessarily.
Yeah, but maybe there's some trios by them that are, and those are the ones they want to capitalize on. But the Onimasks are going to come through as Flixie has gotten into a fight. They said, I'm not going to give you this Shogun's boss for free. I drop Sky and Scroll joining the party as they are 131 above, looking to see if they can finish off any player. Flixie got knocked, it seems, on the feed. I think Vico or Veno as well. Looking not too great for our leading trio so far, as Vico seems to be the only player standing so far. And iDrop might have just found him.
The Danes just heisted Shogun's Arena from both of these teams. Veno never saw it coming. He was so fixated on Queasy's team that he didn't have an opportunity to actually defend himself there. iDrop, what a beam. More importantly still, they might have that Shogun's Battalion Takata, but what they don't have is Matt's teams continuing to collapse directly underneath this arena. And now it's going to come down to whether or not Queasy Merstash even let them leave the island.
Gotta be careful as the shots are big from Merstash. iDrop dropped to a sliver of HP as he's trying to run away, do what he can to escape, but they're in the storm as well, getting ticked second by second. It's a 2-tick. Merstash, Swizzy, Queasy, are they gonna let this one slide? Are they gonna try and finish it off quickly? That's the decision they have to make. There's so many trios directly below them that are gonna be looked back at this island. It's not gonna be a simple rotate. You have a full trio in front of you that originally wanted to fight you, and now it's gonna continue as cracks are gonna come through, but no full-on get in yet.
Merstash just trying to find these separate overhead angles, but they might not have time to stick around. Only one splash left on Merstash, and Queasy knows they can play the barrel for a time being, but they need to get off the island. They don't want to get caught up for much longer than what they need to. iDrop's team, they can look to just try and hold inside the edge zone.
Swizzy, Queasy und Match hat jeweils schon mit 2 Kills. Für die läuft das auch mehr als gut. 12 Punkte haben sie schon abkassiert.
Yeah, well, actually, they might not even have to get off the island. I mean, it is gonna pull
Vico scheint alleine zu sein. Vico scheint alleine zu spielen.
Situation, but iDrop Sky Scroll 138 below 18 HP. It's looking a lot more grim for them compared to Queasy and his trio. They have waited long enough, but now they really have to hit their shots on all the trios rotating
Sky
in.
ist tot.
Has already been knocked down to the storm. Malabuka knows this now as he's got the knock. They can choose to just play aggressive here and take them out.
Schön gelöst.
Queasy and Swizzy, they weren't able to get close enough in time. iDrop Sky Scroll forced to make their way closer. Scroll on the other side of the wall is the only healthy one realistically from this trio, and it's not even by much. Merstash nearly managed to find a big shot onto him, but Scroll's gonna keep looking for that right side peek. Tag one more time from behind, looking to just try and break down
mein Gott.
boxes.
Dieses Fliegen ist aber auch absolut scheiße, ne? Schön. Leider hat es nicht ausgereicht. Merstash hat beide geholt. Geht doch. Alle sind so noch am Leben. Jetzt haben alle. Jetzt haben sie 5 Kills. Ja, mit Tyson, Chico. Vico scheint solo zu sein. Ja, Veno und Flicky sind jeweils tot.
The odds of him being able to build up placement from this position is so heavily against him, but he might be able to make something work. We all know Vico is definitely capable of picking up frags in clutch situations. It's just everything kind of stems
mit 5er Ticks schon.
of the zone, just gracing him there.
Er hat noch Fische. Er kann sich noch 75 Leben
on the other
zaubern.
end of his build. Had a similar plan in mind.
Einmal 75 ist auf jeden Fall noch drin.
As now they're kind of roommates
grün.
here down below the bridge. More
Panzer,
players
Mr. Savage und Monkral leben auch noch
It's gonna
zusammen.
be Merstash, Swizzy and Queasy.
Sieht sehr gut aus für die.
Solo. Could be tragic, but so far the triple sprays are gonna come through on the backside of zone. Merstash gonna pick up that eliminated player. Marius, Pixie, Vanya just doing what they can to stay ahead.
This is big though. Looked like Chicho and Trulex definitely trying to get involved in the action underneath that bridge. Upole as well. Gantry, Fincheck, another one of our teams. Considered a bit of a dark horse, bit of an up-and-comer scenario. And they've had a pretty solid performance stemming out of day one. They even moved themselves up a couple of places after match 7 on that leaderboard to be in the top 5. But Fincheck, he gotta defend it now. Blaha, Mixon, on the other end. But currently, the favor, the time is just not in Fincheck's favor. He has to get into the box.
Yeah, it's looking like a fighting angle. You can't get tags when you're 308 before. You gotta get on in here. Shotgun shots connected, even a pre-edit, anything to play aggressive onto Blaha and Mixon. But Cammy said he's taking shots from the side.
Vico ist tot. Vico tot.
Check gets knocked down. It's all up to him.
Das sieht nicht gut aus für Vico. Auch wenn die so gute Punkte haben.
87 above. Floppers put the good use, but now they have to withstand as a duo with just a little bit of damage above the threshold.
He's at least still got Country with him though, so maybe they'll get a chance to kind of squirm their way through that low ground. Teeny Svido there.
Ich sehe Mr. Savage, Monkral und Panzer nicht mehr. Oh mein Gott, hier geht Teeny aber richtig offensiv rein.
Just yet, Teeny taking a good chunk of his HP with it, but Teeny's also cracked. Teeny's just so low. Team's bound to scat out the fact that this is a weakened player.
That's what he needed, though. He needed that damage. It's exactly what he got. Now just a bit of time to pop those big shields and regroup with his team. They're ahead of zone. This could be good. All they have to do is recuperate what they lost, but her wrist doesn't have any heals. Teeny just had a couple bigs. I don't even know what Skavi has.
44 Leute noch live. Malibuka ist jetzt direkt vor Harris und Teeny. Und Sky.
They'll likely have to forfeit front side of that low ground. Healthier teams are going to have it in their sights. Vanya, Pixie, Marius still dealing with the likes of Surge as well. 7 below. A singular shot is all that separates them from the ability to have time to think about where they want to trek next. They're still making it work, just 15 above now currently, but they need to TP ahead. Teams already establishing themselves on high.
Monkral, Panzer. Habe ich gerade gesehen. Monkral hat Arcadia und Teeny eliminiert. Das sieht mehr als gut aus von Kills schon mal für die beiden. Mr. Savage scheint dead zu sein oder lebt noch. War nicht zu sehen. 38 Leute noch.
They would have liked a little bit more match though. These wood builds are bound to be chopped out by teams sitting in the mid-ground layers. Atris though, just trying to remain as hidden as possible. Doesn't want anyone to recognize him. Melabuka, big tag from behind. Not enough though to even draw his shield.
Queasy wird carrot.
Keep trying to keep his intention towards Hyde. Merstash even gonna play a little bit of disruption factor here, make them reconsider if they actually want to have those floors open above them. And Merstash tagging teams as they continue to try to move frontwards.
Kami hat Track sehr gut. Und Grippy hat Robin gut.
For the opposing trio saying these guys must not have a lot of mats. We can maybe even contest it, and that's exactly what Mr. Savage, Mongrel, and Panzer had in mind. With 47 builds, a bit more hard match, they might just be able to.
Oh, Monkral, Mr. Savage und Panzer jetzt auf High. Das sieht sehr gut für die aus. Noch 10 Teams leben.
But still, they have to tank a little bit of storm here. They know they can't be the first ones in, but that pull back saving them.
Huge as they now don't have to continue with the rotation, just wait and go on backwards. Merstash though, popping his minis to just recuperate that little bit of.
Panzer hat sich einen geholt. Panzer kills.
news is Merstash does have that medallion.
Oh, Avenger geht auf Panzer und Mr. Savage.
And Savage
Moncral ist tot. Moncral ist dead.
He's been knocked. Pixovsky's team looking to clean up the pieces. And Savage knows he just lost Mongrel. He's gonna
Oh my
be
God.
forced to
Oh my
drop
God.
instead. Nom's gonna catch him on that rotation out. Spotted the fact that it's a solo. Malabuka ping and walks though. Still a fully intact trio.
Mr. Savage is dead.
And they continue to control the low ground.
Look above though, it's Cammy, it's Seti, it's Harry. All
Panzer lebt noch.
yesterday getting annihilated.
Jetzt ist Kami und Seti oben auf dem Dings.
Everything's on the line for them after Mercy
Panzer ist dead.
down. Noms, Gripey doing what they can to hold low, but there's still more players down below.
Team von
Malabuka ping
Savage,
walks.
Moncral und Panzer wird hier Fünfter.
That was who their real contenders are going to be.
Mehr als gute Runde, die haben sehr gut gespielt.
You can hear the feet stomping all around. Malabuka might have the angle, but Eclipse looking to get involved.
That's a solo looking in for a battle of two duos and a trio. Malabuka trying to find another angle to stay ahead. He needs to find an opening onto Eclipse here. They need to get him out of the match. The shots come through. Trying to play a bit defensive, but Walks is going to hit a massive one onto Noms, taking him out. Eclipse still is up. They're stuck in the dirt now. They have to find a way up, but on top of them, it's going to be Cammy, it's going to be Seti, it's going to be Harry just waiting for them.
This is huge, though. Malabuka walks and ping. They've still got to deal with the likes of Bolin dropping underneath. Hari gonna open things up here. Massive engage. This is so favorable. This is the massive game that we were expecting to see yesterday, and now Hari trying to bring it to life.
Got the water sprites, can play this one defensively. Malabuka looking like the last player left in zone. He hears the chug splashes coming through. Looking around, the shot gets connected. And
Oh,
just
Cherry!
like Hari, Cammy, Seti are
Oh
gonna
mein
be able
Gott.
to close out this 8th match of the day.
Wir gehen gleich
Despite how
in die erste
awful things looked at the
Auflistung
start of this game,
der Punkte, um zu gucken, wer steht jetzt auf Platz 1.
And showcase exactly why everybody would have had this team in a more favorable position heading off of day one yesterday. But the recovery tour is alive. I'm not gonna say it's well just yet, but it's there. We have signs of life from our Polish team.
It's looking promising from getting annihilated off spot yesterday to now changing things up a little bit. They're going out of their drop spot with not a lot of loot, but somehow, Taco, somehow, even though they don't have a lot of loot, don't have a good kind of start to their game, they're still able to close it out and get that victory royale, which is exactly what matters. So Frankie, you gotta let me know if I missed anything.
I think you've just about covered it. A fantastic commentary from you guys, and congratulations to Cammy, Seti and Shari. I've always called them since joining this desk the day 2 team, and yes, we don't have the 1.5 times multiplier, but they're still showing up and showing what they can do on day 2. But interestingly, as Takata just said, these guys, they had to leave Lost Lake early. We thought that was probably the last we'd seen of them, and yet there they were in the endgame 11, taking it by force.
Absolutely taking it by force. A different type though, right, than what we've seen from them maybe in the past. I will say it's nice to see them finally announce themselves to the lobby, to the region here in FNCS with this game. Hari again showcasing why they wanted to pick this guy up. The talent showing us some nice little peaks, some edits, you know, good movement there, especially at the end there. You see with the invis, nice little swing to the right. Malabuka can't do nothing about it. Yeah, a good win, Mini. I guess it's just good to finally see them do something in the lobby, really.
I'd almost forgot that they were here because they just had so much troubles off spawn. They just didn't announce themselves in the end game whatsoever. It's nice to get a reminder as to how good this team are, how good they can be. As you mentioned, Hari there in the end there with the most amount of eliminations in that team. Could this be the catalyst now? Could this be the moment where they can kind of pick things up? I really hope so. I think, you know, where we may have thought they were going to be at the beginning of the weekend is well out of sight now, but they can make something of this. They can try and make a decent performance after this weekend.
Frankie said they are the day 2 team.
Day 2 team.
Called it. So I'm waiting
Welcome to the Major 1 finals, Cammy, Seti and Hari. We'll be talking about them and plenty more of our brilliant trios after this break.
Oh mein Gott. Wir haben jetzt 2 Minuten, 3 Minuten wieder Pause, Leute. Bedeutet, wir gucken uns die Standings an. Ihr könnt es alle sehen. Wir gehen rein. FNCS Standings nach Runde 8. Wir gehen auf Alternativ direkt, damit ihr es alle sehen hier könnt. Wir wechseln einmal noch hier die Schrift. So, wir fangen an mit den Standings. Auf Platz 1 nach wie vor und mit etwas niedrigem Abstand von Gnade mal nicht mal ganz 10 Punkten. Vico, Veno und Flixi. Gefolgt von Ping, Vox und Malibuka. Die können hier, das sind Franzosen soweit ich weiß, die können hier noch den Platz 1 können sie noch holen. Auf Platz Nummer 3 sind Vanjak, Pixie, Mario Scu. Nach wie vor hat sich nichts geändert. 20 Punkte Abzug kann man ganz leicht noch aufholen. Das sieht auch sehr nah aufeinander gefolgt aus. Hier sind maximal 30 Punkte. Dazwischen nicht ganz. Dann haben wir Merstad, Swishi und Queasy auf Platz 5. Und Platz Nummer 8 sind... Ah, perfekt, meine Maus ist leer. Perfekt.
Welcome back to the Major One Finals of FNCS.
So.
I'm Frankie, I'm joined by Miniminer and
Gucken wir hier nochmal
11
weiter.
And I
Platz 7.
feel so
93 Punkte allein heute.
First champion of Chapter 6, but we've got a little way to go before
5.
then.
Platz,
So
6
why don't we
Kills,
break
15.
down what
5
happened
Kills.
in
Sieht doch mehr als
game
gut aus.
number 8, boys, but looking at the stands and seeing how they've impacted things, because Cammy, Seti and Cherry, they might have just taken
Und
the victory royale,
alternativ
but we won't see them on
stehen
page
sie,
number 1, Mini, because they
lassen Sie
don't
mich
have
mal
the best
gucken,
start
hier
on
auch
day
auf
one.
Platz 8
No,
derzeit.
that's definitely,
Mit
not
309
the best
Punkten,
start
ein
at
krasser
all.
Unterschied zwischen
19
Sky,
points for
Scroll
this
und
team.
iTro.
Really nice for them.
Wir können nochmal runterrutschen. Wenn das jetzt so ausgehen wird, wie viel bekommt man dann Preisgeld? Top 9 würde... Ich kenne mich da nicht aus, aber 47.850 oder 34.800 Dollar hat bekommen.
Closing in really closely right now, and it's all down to this game right here. 11 really nicely played. A second place, of course, in the end. And I mean, wow, this is exactly what I expected from this team, and I'm really glad that they're starting day 2 with a plum right now.
The standings are so volatile, but it's good to see these guys rising. Because when you know, when I was doing my VOD reviewing and research going into this final, the one thing I loved about this team is that they very much remind me of like Manabuka and Mustache way back in the day in duos, where like you just don't want to be on the same layer as these guys in mid-game or in end-game, sorry. Right, like they're just a nightmare to play against, and you give them the opportunity, they are going to make your game, make your life so difficult. And again, if they can keep playing like that, keep putting them in those situations in the end game, they're going to cause havoc in this lobby, and they're going to keep rising in those standings and give, you know, Venovico Flixia a good run for their money.
And just a reminder, if you missed yesterday's pre-show, Miniminer actually predicted Malibuka's trio to take the active champions, whereas 11 put them as the runner-up because
Irgendwo noch
11
Platz
actually
für?
put Vico,
Oh, ich
Venno,
schreib hier
and
drauf.
Flixie. So the two of you
Machen wir ein bisschen
are
Aufgaben
looking
mal.
like your competition is going to be the fiercest of all. These trios are representing you. Your reputations are on the line. Let's talk about the mid-game of the game that we just saw, because there was a lot of focus on the island this time. We had 3 parties going at it. One of them, yeah, even more than that. But as you can see, though, Levin, in fact, you know what? Don't just see. Tell me what happened.
Yeah, so look at already this is very different to what we were seeing on the island the first day, right? And it's something that I was waiting to see if it would happen, because for any of our NA enjoyers watching the show right now, you would have noticed that there were a couple games on NA that didn't look like this, right? Where you have a lot more teams on the island, different teams claiming certain islands. And in this game, there was about 4 or 5 different teams that were up here at some point. iDrop's team eventually got up here. They end up getting a big beam onto Venno. They take him down. They push Venno, Vico, Flixie, take them out of the game. But there's still no one Surge. Now Frizzy's trio was like, I don't want any problems in this. Like, there's way too many people up here. This is not what we signed up for. They dropped down. Queasy, Mustache, and Swizzy though waited for the perfect timing. They waited. They knew if they played a long game, they were going to win it out. And I think mini now we're going to see the island look like that in a lot more of these games, especially on some of those northern poles. I think we're going to see 4 or 5 different teams up there.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's going to be less of that sort of path to victory now that more teams are going up there. We saw it with Queasy, as you mentioned. They, of course, ended up being the team that
Mr.
managed to claim the
Savage,
island.
Monkral und Panzer hier auf Platz 8.
Teams that were up there. So now
Wow.
that was the island that was the sort of easy win condition for these teams. Get up there, make sure you save all those materials. Now you have to fight for that position, and that, of course, expends so much of that material and that ammo that you were saving from doing it previously. So that's why Queasy's team didn't quite have as good of a day there. But I'm excited to see how this island dynamic changes now throughout the rest of the day.
Lev, what does this mean for Venno, Vico, and Flixie's game plan? Because we saw them rotate early. They didn't go for the medallion that went to Mustache in the end. I'm just wondering, given that it was such a key part of their game plan on day 1, do you think that's going to change today?
No, I think they just need to be a bit more aware and play the long game a bit and realize that realistically they can handle anyone in a fight. They just can't give early damage away like they did to iDrop's trio.
All right, well, everything's to play for the active champions, but also the island itself. So let's head into game number 9 and let the showdown begin.
Und es beginnt
So
Runde 9.
Island battles, offline engagements continuing forwards. I mean, we had Cammy, Seti, and Harry who came out, I mean, basically in shambles from their drop spot and ended up winning the whole match. So going into game 9, Taco, I don't know what to expect.
Yeah, it's just really impressive how teams are able to essentially find themselves or put themselves into those winning positions despite what might look like a relatively scuffed early game. So Shogun's Arena, though, is going to be the real key factor here, I think, for me, as far as our top 5 teams are concerned. And we'll get into the action now with game 9.
Enis, Kavi, and Haris have had a bit of trouble at Shogun's Arena. The good news is, in the last match, they were able to come out on top. Looking at the bus path, too, it is going to be a quick battle, having the bus landing so close. But for Lost Lake, we'll have to see what does end up happening. If you're Cammy, if you're Seti, if you're Harry here, I'm trying to think, you know, what can you possibly change? They're just such in a difficult position with the third parties that come through, that even coming from that victory royale, knowing how to, you know, successfully play these last matches of day 2, it's a tough one.
Seaport City and Lost Lake are just 2 central locations on the map where seeing any form of success, considering the way that the competitive meta has essentially extended towards fighting on the outskirts,
Mustache, Queasy und Sweezy.
Fights are still going to have to take place here.
Warum wird das jetzt
Mustache
grau?
wins the drop, though. Big pump to
Oh
start
mein
things
Gott.
off.
Another pump coming through from Queasy as well. That's 2 on the board already. 1 left to fish it off.
Schön.
Mustache has been eliminated.
Oh mein Gott.
The news is that Swizzy's not gonna miss that shot, and just like that, before you can even look at your surroundings,
Die haben jetzt die Stadt für sich allein.
is gonna go in favor to Queasy and Co. But for Cammy, Seti, and Hari coming from the victory royale, it would be devastating if they get eliminated so early on in the next match, as Akira and his trio are doing what they can to hold their ground.
But if they get third-partied here yet again, super early on, I love the fact that we saw them in the last match just full-on disengaged. Don't even bother trying to extend this fight. Podesai, though, he's got a force to be reckoned with here, but doesn't stand a chance up against Ari.
Oh mein Gott, das sieht nicht gut aus. Das sieht absolut nicht gut aus. Kami dead.
Just barely a sliver of HP.
The biggest issue, there's a whole other trio coming in to join the party. Even though Akira X's Podesai are going back-to-back with Kami, Seti, Hari. Now with a whole other trio looking to finish it up. This is just a repeat of what we saw yesterday.
Sweezy ist tot.
This is a tragedy as well for both France and Poland. When you really boil it all down here, Takata, it's only Hari that is left to survive from that initial engagement. And he's going to have to sit tight for a while, because it really does seem as though Bithro's team is fully aware there's still one member straggling around here, and they want to find him.
Yeah, Brannick, Kaiser's, Dynus continuing with that. You saw how quickly they were able to get from their drop spot to the third party. I mean, that was the pro of at Seaport City, how fast Merstash and his trio were able to kind of clean up that fight before any potential third parties could come through. But for Ping Walks and Malabuka, not only feeling confident going into this match with their place on the leaderboard, but also having 3 elims off the rip to back it up. How did that even happen?
Oh mein Gott.
Volko, it's gonna be the starting point here, it would appear. Walks, big cleanup, and he just continues it as well, finding that secondary elimination onto Fastroki. Contesting Malabuka's team at Night Shift Forest is definitely a bold decision. Maybe Volko's team was hoping to try and catch them a little bit more off guard here, but Wax and Ping, when it comes to clutch scenarios, especially for Malabuka's team, they've been delivering for the most part.
Yes, they have, and I mean, just gave them some free surge now in Game 9, so we'll see if they continue doing that in the last few matches as iDrop, Sky, and Scroll are in a bit of a tussle themselves. Starkist and Frizzy on the defensive inside the box as iDrop now has to make the decision as an aggressive trio. Are they gonna just look for separate angles to try and find an opening? Are they gonna go for a fully aggressive play? Normally when you have potential third parties like Vanya and the surrounding areas, you want to just take these soft fights. You don't want to fully go on in, because even if you end up winning the fight, if you lose one of your trio and the third party comes through, it's just not gonna end well. So I think damage is what they're looking for.
It's just such a quick extension, though, from iDrop's team. So soon, aggressing the southern portion at Hopeful Heights, and it's the fact that they decided to strike before Vanya's team has actually gotten into position, because all day yesterday we saw Vanya, Pixie, Thaddeus, they were typically the ones
Lucian and Frixie
to start things off with the teams at
Nice
Hopeful
guy.
Heights. But now iDrop caught off guard entirely. Monet was just stealthy as ever, waiting on that turtle for him to rotate through.
Gotta be careful now, as eyes are on them. iDrop having gotten eliminated leaves Sky and Scroll in a bit more of a panic here, but the good news is
das könnte eine Möglichkeit für Mr. Savage, Montral und Panzer sein, hier Scroll bei Gelegenheit zu überholen jetzt.
Not the only ones trying to escape. Veno, Flixie, Vika, they've got Robin in their sights yet again. They want to be the ultimate janitors here at Lost Lake. One elimination already underneath Vika's belt. And even though Flixie and Veno still like a chance to cover some shields here, Joe just immediately jumped the moment he was trying to break away, just separated for a second too long from his team. And Vico, certainly not someone to get caught out with.
already one elim on the board now, just kind of looking around to see if there's an opening for more, but Go Veno, Flixie, they're good for now. As we look back over to Shogun Solitude, Shap, Noah, and Yanis once again trying to fight for their tags. They were doing it all throughout yesterday on the southern side of the map here, trying to hold any trio they could from rotating back on north if the zone was pulling towards them. As now it is going to be Ju up above trying to withstand the pressure.
We saw Ju, Shark, and Z Andy. They're very familiar with trying to pressure teams at Shogun's Solitude, coming out of their extension from the Big Bed Tunnel. But Shark, he recognized the fact Z Andy's gone down. He's got to close in. He doesn't want to allow Janus the time to actually recover, just trying to scatter his way into the box. But now Shark gonna be forced to disengage. He's got to break out of here. He knows Ju is low, and Shark's getting tagged up along the way.
Finds another player ziplining in. Does he know? Is what's on his mind as the third party comes through. It looks like Shark was able to play the sneaky route out of it, as Janus, Chap, and Noah are just going to try and play defensive. They know there's more trios looking to join the party here, so it's that much more risky to do anything aggressive.
Chap, get a review of what went wrong for Z Andy. Just trapped and nowhere left to run. But the real interesting part here, Takada, is the fact that one of our original teams from Shoguns is actually making their way back in, UX team. And considering their initial tussle with Teenies, it's surprising that they would still want to revisit.
Arm picks Demas though. We saw them pop off in game 1 of the day. Now we are in the third, which is 9th match, as the pre-edits are going to come through, continuing with their aggression. I'm hoping the confidence stays there no matter what happens, as they didn't fully commit to it, but they definitely wanted something. They saw other players kind of coming in from the back end, and now they're thinking, oh, this might be a little too risky for comfort. But they're going to stay around and see if there's any openings.
The big thing, though, that might just favor Pix's team, considering how aggressive we've seen them naturally be throughout the course of this Major 1 finals. It's been how they've carved their name into the leaderboard in the first place. So this might actually be an entire environment they could thrive in. They've got to just be careful, though, wary of not over-peaking, essentially. I do like that they are giving some grace period against group-based team, because they know Pink, Tino, they're all kind of lurking around as well.
They got 22nd in the last match, so it would be quite tragic if they end up going down again in kind of the mid-game as they look for those fighting tags. So it might just cause them to play a little safer, but we know that this trio likes playing aggressive. They're good at it, and they've shown that they can stand against some of the veterans in the lobby, as Pink, Chino, and Nebs are going to want to join as well. Pix gets a nice little trade-off, as I think this is all they're looking for. They can't go for a full commit here. It's more just trying to maybe even get a knock, just damage. The shots come through. They hear the shotguns. A potential opening now onto Rezoid.
This is getting so messy so fast, and Pix, Darm, Demas, they've used up the bulk of their material. Pump Power, not exactly an optimal spot for refarming when there's this many teams surrounding you as well.
Oh, Teeny.
All the while, Teeny over by Night Shift Forest now. HRSV, they've entangled themselves with Chap and Noah Riley, but Teeny waiting for the right-hand peek.
In Chap und Janus und Noah Riley.
Loses his shields.
Uh-oh. Good news is more than enough heals. Bad news, Chap is not going to let him pop them. Pressure comes through. There's a whole other duo, it seems, or even trio coming in from the storm as well, so it's only a matter of time. Hopefully Haris is able to kind of keep his awareness on check, look around, and spot that trio once they get closer. But the Oni must seem to be coming through here, and it looks like they're going to try and make an escape, as Teeny tried to cut him off.
There's just way too many opponent teams that they'd rather
Gott,
hold on the edge instead. Ju
Oh, der wird jetzt so geschittet, Alter, von denen.
But now these teams that are going to be so late upon making their entrance zone, Teeny recognizes it immediately. This is a handicap player, essentially, because Jude doesn't have his teammates close by to try and back him up just yet, and they don't necessarily have the loot either to take that fight.
And finally, it looks like the tussle at Pump Power is coming to an end potentially, but there's some new trios kind of joining the party as they hear their shots. You can see for yourself at the bottom right on the mini map. More engagements happening in the surrounding area once again in Storm. as now Darm picks and Demas have to kind of decide, are they going to go towards those shots? Are they going to use it in an opening? Or are they just going to try and go around and safely make it to zone?
All of these teams just held each other for so long here at Pump Power, and no one was really seeming to budge. But Teeny, he's trying to get this battle to happen here, does manage to get the elimination onto Shark finally, but it comes at a steep price. Janice and Noah Riley on the other side, they've picked off Skvi, and now Teeny finds himself in a position where if he exposes himself too soon, he'll get ripped apart.
Yeah, Chap continuing to apply pressure from above. He knows Haris is alone in this box. He has his teammates by him. He just can't get caught off guard. He can't get boxed up himself. As he continues to fight a shot onto Haris, Yanis got cracked. Noah, incredibly low as well, forced to pop some heals, as now they're going to be switching to the defensive. As Team's going to take this chance to kind of run away. And once again, trying to recuperate this match.
He's got the exact same idea. He's just got to sit tight, especially when you know that there is a trio nearby. But despite the successive measures that Yanis, Jeff, and Noah Riley have had in terms of finding the one-off elimination or two, it hasn't necessarily given them a spot where they can try and go for that winning moment. That's what teams really need to try and transition a lot of these mid-game engagements towards, is those end-game winning moments. And I think being able to be healthy enough to actually challenge the teams that are going for Shogun's Arena consistently is a big element of that.
Yeah, yesterday we saw how powerful the players that ended up securing Shogun's Arena were. I mean, how well they're replacing from it. And this isn't like yesterday. They don't have another 6 matches to play tomorrow. These are the last matches.
Also Mr. Savage, Panzer und Monkral wieder. Und Merz toucht wieder oben mit Queasy und Sweezy.
Game 9 out of 12, so
gehen hier wieder auf die
for these players, and some of them need bigger matches than others. But as we look back over to Shogun's Arena, we have Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy. This time around, without pressure from another trio.
Nowhere near as many visitors as match 8, but that could be a bad thing here for Swizzy. He's got to be real careful with who he's trying to pick his battles with. It's tough because sometimes you think you'll have the overall advantage just being so high up on Shogun's Arena, but when you start to actually take a peek off those edges, other teams in their surge bases, like what Flixie's attempting to do, they're going to keep good tabs on you.
Yeah, they got that one elimination earlier on in this match and haven't chosen to continue kind of fighting as much. I mean, we saw in terms of the stats, I think they were at the most damage with shotguns compared to AR in the early to mid games, so they're a lot more comfortable with those close range engagements in terms of tags. But it worked out quite well for them in the first match today, which was game 7, where they got the end game without too many eliminations and were able to just absolutely frag out once they had that end game under control. So looking to have kind of a repeat of that this time around for another big game.
Glimpse at that top 5 leaderboard though. Only 1 point separating first and second place. Vico, Veno, and Flixie know that they cannot afford to take another early exit from this lobby. They don't want to allow the opportunity for Ping, Wax, and Malabuka to actually try and leapfrog over them. The longer you can stay in the driver's seat as far as that first place position is concerned, the better off your odds are going to be once we actually draw towards those 11th and 12th lobbies here today, Takata. But right now, Atris, TD, and SV, they're just hoping for any sort of combat situation because they need a refresh. They need it desperately. They might have bandages to work their way into zone, but they can tell Jebno, O'Reilly, and Janice, they've sniffed out this stealth maneuver.
Yeah, they've got the fishing rods, trying to just get what they can, and Teeny, Haris, Skavit looking for a 3-2-1. The good news is both trios have a good amount of damage. Bad news is Teeny cannot make a single footstep here, as it will be seen. So all they got to do is kind of hold on to the patience, wait for Noah, Yanis, and Chap to disengage, and just like that, go for the 3-2-1. Have they secured the knock onto Yanis? Yes, they have. The patience paid off, as now the aggression is going to come through that opening to play extra aggro, as Teeny looks for a wall. Get right on in to the knocked player Yanis to recuperate that loot. The question is now, do they continue forwards as Chap hits a huge shot, calling them to back up now? If Chap's able to pick one off here, this would be massive for the trio.
But all of those fish that Chap and O'Reilly Yanis just spent time acquiring, now having already been squeezed away from them essentially. HSTD and Speed finding that elimination onto Yanis is a big opener for their conversation as far as game 9 is concerned, because they definitely are going to need the surge with the way they've been playing the fringe for so long, but it's still not going to be easy. Chap and O'Reilly though, definitely not happy.
Margot, Mr. Savage Panzer though, looking like they might even want to fight for something
my
here.
God.
Panzer got up close and personal. One of the Elim damage leaders going into today as they continue to kind of find any opening. It's Uppel, it's Finchek on the defensive, but so far with the regroup coming through and the zone that they just pulled, I don't think they want to get too aggressive here, as they're almost in prime positioning.
Haben wir auch schon 5 Kills jeweils?
That's the main issue, is that Shogun's Arena being directly above where the zone is pulled in their current position. Sure, Savage managed to find a good knock onto Eoic, but now he's got to deal with the team way up on the high ground that can just continuously look down on him and spray him out should he keep trying to fight.
Yeah, this is going to be very big for Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash, assuming that they're still up there. But for Veno, he's been taken out completely. Vico, Flixie left as a duo as Vico, just 1 HP, gets knocked as well. One of our top competitors to take home the trophy today of Major 1.
Demos.
Now looking more grim.
2 of our teams in the top 5 though, Pix, Demus, and Darm, they're sitting in 4th place position. They know that they are looking at eliminating the #1 leaders in this lobby, but Flixie will manage to bring Vico back with the revive. They've at least been able to create enough space to force Demus, Pix, and Darm to come to a halt. Still, they are looking incredibly low here as far as everything else you would desire to try and make their way through this endgame. And they know they've just got to get a move on. Even as a duo, they can still try to hold somewhat of a mid to low ground position, try and get some of those extra placements going.
What's good though is due to them pulling the zone here, I mean, even if you're Pix, Demus, and Darm, it might even be beneficial to build up 1 or 2 boxes so you have sight of all these players rotating in. But I mean, like you said, with the Rift Island right above them, it just makes this whole situation that much more complicated. But for Veno, well, Vico and Flixie, after Veno got eliminated, they are in a good position to take a lot of shots. So even though they're a duo, they should have a simple enough time getting enough damage, as Swizzy's trying to do what he can to stop people from getting close to them.
Swizzy though, working off of that Invis medallion, he's got the ultimate peekaboo in store for teams that sit directly underneath, but it's more so the fact that we are witnessing Queasy about to enter 8th zone here soon enough to cut and practically cap mats on everyone. And the #1 thing that the analysts have already addressed even is if you give Queasy cap mats heading into your end game, everyone else in the lobby is about to have a real bad time with the way these guys look to control height.
Every single end game zone, all the moving zones, and looking at how this zone is pulling out. I mean, if it pulls to the west side here and closes towards
everything else that Marius is doing here now is just trying to extend their lifeline. They've got a little bit of low ground control here, but only 70 above means that they are fully aware of the fact that they're going to need to take on another fight. They're going to have to find some more damage. Flixie, Veno, Vico, Veno likely just calling the shots at this point, trying to help his team make their way through. But Flixie, smart enough IGL in his own right, he can definitely scout out where their shots should go next. trying to see if he can get some attempts onto iDrop's trio, but unfortunately nothing to
Genie ist tot.
build of steady use just yet. Everything just boiling down though to our team on height, Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash. It comes as no surprise. That quick stat as well. Only team who have not been hit by Surge in our top 15 here. And for all these other teams that are struggling underneath them, they are just suffering immensely. Atris, we've seen him play from Tatter, sticks and stones all game long, just about, but they'll be eliminated. Those guys on height, Fix, Demus, Darm though.
Aber das müsste
They've
Savage gewesen.
definitely found what they were after as far as brawls are concerned, and they're going to continue trying to just break their way through the mid ground, but they've got to be real careful. They got to make sure they're watching that backside. Pixie opening up the ceilings, triple spray, not going to be enough just yet though, but Marius, Vanya, Pixie, one net benefit is the fact that they are at least sitting just slightly above that surge damage threshold, and Flixie now looking to take over.
Let's see if Flixie's going to be able to make something happen here alongside Vico. They've been playing as a duo for this whole end game. Every single moving zone, they've lost their partner. But if they want to take home the prize, if they want to win Major 1 of the EU FNCS Finals, they have to come out strong here and at least pick up a decent amount of points.
Ping Malibuka walks though. They don't mind playing from low. Although they definitely know they're gonna have to do something about height eventually. Vico, Flixie, they're also trying to ensure that the teams moving further ahead aren't gonna have the opportunity to get the positioning that they want. Instead, they're gonna look to TP in. Demus, Darm, Hicks, still controlling the low ground though.
Issue is 118 below. They need to find something. Their full trio, incredibly healthy. They have everything in their favor to get those tags. All that they have to do is execute onto it. It's Pink on the receiving end as now they're going to focus on the rotation. They need to make it to zone.
Pixie, Vanya, they recognize the fact there's so many teams just up and over where they're currently situated. Monet though, solo potentially, and Pixie, he wants what Monet has to offer as far as Siphon Materials is concerned. Just another 4 points off the eliminations too, but Pixie can't manage to connect, and it'll be a drawback instead. Marius though, the surge just not gonna allow him the chance. He is down and out once you get ticked one time too many.
Yeah, you don't get knocked down, so it was a full elimination. The timing on that is absolutely tragic. But for Demus, Pix, and Darm, there's a bit of faith as Pix is just on a sliver of HP, but he's not been knocked down yet. Meanwhile, up in the clouds, contesters for high ground. We thought it was going to be Queasy. We thought it was going to be Merstash, Swizzy, but it looks like it's Panzer, Mongrel, and Savage that want to crush that dream. They want to take the high ground, but the issue is so much pressure, even from below. This is going to be a tough battle to overcome.
They're just gonna immediately try and fly towards that front side. They know that it's
Oh
gonna
nein,
be
die gehen total auf die.
time before Swizzy, Merstash, Queasy
Nein.
to challenge them. Flixie and Vico still keeping this one alive.
Jetzt habe ich das wieder
So
gestreckt.
incredibly thin. They're going for the backside of zone. They scouted out the TP though. Nathan getting lit up, but
Was ist das?
Flixie not able to fall back and look to finish it off.
They're getting so much value though, playing as a duo from the start, and they're not even finished as Nathan gets knocked down. Another elimination for Flixie and Vico as they continue to make their way towards zone. The Siphon keeping Flixie alive barely as he makes it in with just 9 HP. How is he still up?
He knows that there's players directly behind him. He doesn't have a moment to stop and think. He's just got to keep barreling forward. Pixie, Vanya, a duo in their own right in the mid ground layer. They can also see there's True Legs directly underneath them, but they don't have the chance just yet. Malibuka, take it out. Merstash, Swizzy, and Queasy, they're the only ones controlling height, and they've taken out Flixie with it.
All the top teams getting taken out one by one, and the leaders of the pack up in the clouds is Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy.
Nein, wieso der jetzt?
All they need to do now is close out this game, but Pixie, Vanya, with just 10 HP left, he goes down. Vanya left as a solo now. Pure chaos on the low ground. Trulex gets knocked down, but Vanya goes down. And
Nein.
Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy take home the victory royale.
Aber mehr als gute Runde für die drei.
If he wanted to keep his name in the contention for our first place spot on the leaderboard. game, especially considering that Vico and Flixie held on for so long there. Placement points still building for sure, Takata, but that Victory Royale is a game changer for Queasy.
Oh yeah, they were 5th place going into this match. All the teams they were taking out were trios that were above them on the leaderboard. You know there was a smile on their face as they were getting closer and closer to glory. And now with that Victory Royale launching themselves up to the leaderboard, we are going to have an incredibly close end to this EU Major Finals.
Respect the fact that Savage, Mongrel, and Panzer tried to strip height away from them, though. For a moment, it looked promising. You have to remember, Panzer, he got pretty fraggy yesterday. He was leading 2nd in damage throughout the course of our Day 1 Major Finals. But here, Mustache, Swizzy, and Queasy, they were not going to let this opportunity slip by them. They knew that they had to close out after how promising everything looked on top of Shogun's arena.
And not only did they close it out, but they closed it out with a significant amount of eliminations, which is going to give them just that much higher of odds to bump themselves up that leaderboard. So I need 3 amazing people to break down what just happened. Frankie, Levin, Minnie, take it away.
Thank you so much, guys. You know what? I love how Taco basically called that Victory Royale before we really even went into the end game. She clocked that Queasy had the cap mats. And then it was kind of plain sailing from there, Minnie.
Yeah, it was. I mean, Queasy took Island, very different to what we saw in the previous game where there was only Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache on the island this time. And yet again, we've seen it so much this season, Levin. We broke it down last week. When there's a team like that up on island, when it's Queasy in particular, saving all those materials, getting all that Storm Surge damage, prime position to then take height, it's not looking good for anyone else. Although Mongrel and company did try and take it, but it was just, there was just no match.
Yeah, I mean, look, it felt like a bit of deja vu watching that game from Queasy and them. You mentioned Mongo and them going up. I mean, you know, Mustache just couple quick bangs and they all went down, right? Like, that's what these guys have been about this weekend. It's what they've been about in this game. They're taking out big names and they are trying to be the biggest names come the end of this weekend. I mean, look, I wasn't expecting it to be such an easy ride, right, going forward. I talked about how I thought more teams would be going up for Ireland, like what we saw in that last game, but I know they'll be chuffed with how that one went. Again, it felt like deja vu. They've played that game so many times this season, a bit of a walk in the park for them.
Well, you know what? We've got 3 more games, and I think the tension and the pressure is really going to be piling on our trios right now. So we're going to head for a quick break, and when we come back, we'll have even more FNCS coming your way.
In 3 Minuten geht's wieder weiter, Leute.
welcome back to day 2 of the FNCS Europe Major 1 Finals. And we only have a few more games before we crown our first champions of the year. But you know what? It's all change on the leaderboard. So let's have a look. Because Queasy might have had a slightly inconsistent day 1, but his trio are now really in contention for that top spot. They are racing up the leaderboard. And actually, if you look closely, Levin, there's very few points between 5th and the top.
I mean, yeah, look at the gap. Once you start going up from 5th, right, we're talking about almost 100 points there between 5th and 6th. And it's really heating up. I feel like every single one of these games now, Mini, like one of these teams just has like a really nice game, and then like a couple of the ones at the top maybe are a bit quieter, just to keep it as narrow as possible as we head into the last couple games.
It's exactly what we want to see when we're looking at this overall finals. I mean, that was a huge game from Vico, Veno, and Flixie. I mean, of course, mainly Vico and Flixie in that end game. Just the way they were able to stay alive. I spoke about it about Mustache at the very beginning of the show, about how important it is to make sure you can make the most of these games when maybe your team isn't quite in best position, you don't have the best materials, maybe you're not all alive and healthy in end game. These are the moments that really win you grand finals and the major one finals here today as well. These are the sort of games that are going to really clutch up, and this is exactly what this team do best and exactly who you'd want in this sort of duo clutch situation here, Levin.
Absolutely, and I think if you're actually looking at like the timeline of FNCS and EU, Vico and Flixie are the reigning champs, technically, right? If you want to look at it like that. They came off the back of a great season and a great year where they both established themselves as top players. And if I'm being honest with them, you know, I love those two, and I'm a big fan of this trio as a whole. Veno really was the player yesterday, I felt like, stepping up the most for this trio. And so it was nice to see those two showing, like, we are contributing to this success. We are going to make this happen. Even if Veno isn't here to help us in this end game, we can get the job done. It was really nice to see, you know, all of the boys in this team right now stepping up to try and get that win.
Can I just jump in and ask a quick follow-up, boys? I mean, Levin, you know Veno so well. How much do you think he's currently conscious of that leaderboard and how close his rivals are behind him?
I mean, I know a lot of the boys on that leaderboard right now, and I know they'll all be very conscious of it, right? How can you not be? You back out to the lobby, you take a look at it, and it's like, you almost have that pressure of you can't mess up. There's that feeling of you mess up one hiccup, one wrong step in one of these games early on, and instantly all your fortunes changes. It's why actually, when I look at it, Frankie, I'm almost most impressed with Queasy, right? Because they're fighting off-sport. So it's like that initial off-sport fight changes everything for the way their tournament looks, but they're handling that pressure well.
And what about the likes of Marius, Pixie, and Vanya, guys? Because they had such a stellar day 1. They were actually in #1 position at the end of the first 6 games. However, now we're seeing some cracks start to form, Mini.
Yeah, not quite the ideal start to day number 2 that they would have liked. Of course, you know, they haven't quite had the best day. It's not been absolutely terrible, right? They have made a couple of these end games. They've played pretty well. I think it was the 2nd place in this game right here. So it's not been absolutely disastrous, Levin, but they've just struggled a little bit with the storm surge. We saw it there with Marius going down. I think the early stage of their game haven't quite gone as they were expecting.
And the big reason as to why that's happening is what I talked about at the start of the day, Mini Miner. When you looked at group stage and how they did their Uncon at Kappa versus how they were doing yesterday, in the group stage, there was only one team landing in Hopeful Heights in that south area, right? There wasn't a lot of action there. Yesterday, there was 3 different teams. Today in game 1, I went back and checked. There was only one team landing in Hopeful Heights in that first game. Again, there's not enough action going on in that area. It's part of the reason why we saw iDrop, Sky, and Score, I think, struggling as well in a couple of games. Yesterday, the south was the hotspot. So much was going on there. Now there's a few less teams in that area for those southern, you know, top teams to get damage on, get tags on, and to take fights with.
I mean, look at the zones as well. Look at where the zones are pulling compared to yesterday. We had so many south zones yesterday. Now it's all almost the complete opposite, right? So what we saw yesterday. So huge shifts for these teams that are down on the south of the map and now falling down the leaderboard.
If we look at number 2 on the leaderboard, Malibuka, Vox, and Ping 11, what exactly do these boys need to do to take over the #1 spot? Because there's only 12 points between them and first place.
I think the big edge that those guys have is that they kind of anyone, I think, of these trios need to change the least. Like, I feel like they're the ones that are the steadiest ship right now, where we're seeing these volatile games from Queasy and Veno's trios, you know, both of those, you know, teams loving to play for height, whereas these guys can just sort of play their own game, and I think the points will come.
Yeah, and what I love about this team right now is they're actually contested in that game. by Volko's team from all the way to the north of the map. Those guys have landed here this season as well, so they have experience off spawn there. But Malibuka, Ping, and Wox, they're just saying, right, we're just going to brush you aside. We're going to take you out as quickly as possible and not let that affect the rest of our game. So really, really promising stuff from these guys. They just got to keep up that consistency on low ground.
Well, let's head back to Takata and the best Taco for game number 10, because I can't wait to board that battle boss yet again.
You're not the only one, Frankie. I cannot wait to see what our final 3 matches of the day look like, Takata, especially with the way that we're starting to see that top 5 of the leaderboard kind of break away with things.
Yeah, it's getting extremely close between all these top teams. And I mean, Levin was talking about the only ones being contested Squeezy, but I think last game Malibuka got into a bit of a fight in the early game from Volko and his trio. I mean, they landed close to them. I'm not sure if they fully went night shift or it was just a quick fight, but we might have a bit more danger.
Yeah, regardless of the circumstances of how players ended up somewhere, the reality of the situation is the map is changing, and we've got a chance to see what Match 10 has in store.
So many off-spawn engagements for these top teams, but what matters is being able to make it count when you make it to that
Runde 10.
What happened to
Das FNCS-Finale ist.
3
Runden haben wir noch. 3 Runden haben die Leute hier noch, um einen Gewinn von $180.000 zu gewinnen. 8 Teams gehen ohne Gewinn raus. Nur 25 Teams holen Money. Lasst die Spiele beginnen.
In a trio scenario, working as a team. Impressive stuff overall, really, but Merstash, Queasy, Swizzy, they found their entrance and realistically trying to attempt to take over that first place position. But this fight in Seaport City, it's got to be quick. It's got to be finished nice and tidy. Otherwise, other teams are definitely going to make their way over.
Yeah, last match they were able to clean it up quickly when both trios contested main, but this time around, Shakeoff and his trio just gave main to Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash, so they were able to land and get looted up, and now that's going to cause this fight to kind of delay itself a bit. Question is, like you were saying, Taco, is that delay going to be enough for some trios to start wandering on in and seeing, hey, why is there no shots going on yet? What's taken this trio so long to fight?
It's largely a team like iDrop, Sky, and Scroll that really enters the conversation here, because we already saw them, don't want to say desperate, but they did extend rather early into aggressing that turtle section south of Hopeful Heights because they wanted the fight. They're trying to establish their surge early on, and more importantly still, they're trying to prove, iDrop especially, that he is capable of a high place, if not a win entirely, holding that Axe of Champions here. But if they want to even retain that position from yesterday, they're gonna have to earn it back at this point, Takata, because one by one they've just been dropping in the leaderboard.
Take a look at this though. Finchek thought he was just gonna go get a quick refresh on his sprite as Vico, Veno, Flixie didn't want to let that one slide. Good for him though. Upwell was able to take some shots back at Veno, cracking him and kind of halting that engagement, as now they're going to be forced to disengage once again and not continue the pursuit.
Vico and Veno now though, but the team so close. Well, that doesn't matter. As far as Darm, Demus, and Pix are concerned, they love when it's only one team that they've got to deal with. Cringe Kate and Mappy, they're not going to be able to escape. Demus finds that first elimination to really crack things open here. Mappy now getting completely keyed down, rolled over. Doesn't even get a chance to try and escape. He's the last surviving member, essentially, and it's not going to be enough here, as Demus and Darm are just doing everything they can to capitalize on these early fights.
This is big though, because they were able to get elims in the previous matches earlier on, but they were still struggling a bit for Surge and damage. They went down 22nd place in the last game. They got 9th place, so it was an improvement. But now starting off so strong with a quick 3 eliminations, hopefully they're able to get a match to kind of bounce them back, because they've dropped down to 5th place now, as they were almost leading the pack going into today after the first match. Now with a big game needed to kind of put themselves back into check. For Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash, though, coming from that victory royale, I mean, all you gotta do is play like you did in the last match. Hopefully Rift Island's at their favor. Aristini, though, trying to do something as a duo here.
It's crazy to think that designating a drop has almost seemingly worked against Teeny's trio at this point, because they've had issues with this early off-spawn battle in the sense that they're just not closing it out fast enough, and that's opening the doorway for other teams like Giannis, like Shark, Juicy, Andy, to then come and pressure after the fact, third-party them for easy pickings. And UX team is also left in a similar note, where we've oftentimes just see them either running to try and get a reboot or just barely surviving.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of matches that have been kind of, you know, trying to just clutch from reboot after reboot. But I mean, as long as you're able to secure a decent amount of points to kind of stabilize your place on the leaderboard, sometimes it's just enough. As Shakeoff, Momsy, be careful here. They've decided to go towards Blaha on his trio and actually already got one.
Caught him off guard at the bird to go, and Momsy, Shakos, they're still lying in wait. We're gonna look back on what went wrong here for Blaha. Just wrong doorway, wrong house, wrong place to be. But
unfortunate.
That's a big come up for our French team, especially considering the situation they've been dealt last couple of matches. Eland off rip essentially from Queasy's team, so anywhere they get something going is always going to be better than the nothing they've been left with.
Speaking about nothing, Walks, Ping, Malabuka, no quick eliminations this game compared to the last, as now they're gonna most likely go to their surroundings once again to see what they can find. Vanya, Marius, Pixie, though, elevating themselves by the Shattered Span. Triple Onimax gonna come through. Looks like they want to get extra aggressive here. It's Combeck that's gonna get caught off guard as the pressure's right onto him, directly into his box. He fears that danger as he gets knocked down. And now Marius, Vanya, Pixie, they might not even be done yet.
Chasing Combeck all the way to the Overlook Lighthouse is insane work. And not only that, but Queasy, Merstash, Swizzy, they definitely taken notice of the action that's unfolding east of Shattered Span, and they want their own slice of the pie here. Queasy setting up a nice little surge base on this hill that overlooks that direction entirely. Swizzy as well from a separate angle here in a bush. They've got total bridge coverage here right now, Takata, and they can definitely get a firm grasp on teams in the surrounding area as well. That overhead view doing an excellent job to really shape just what kind of advantages they have.
Yeah, I think they kind of forced Momsy, Skyjump, and Shakeoff out quite early from their drop spot, having won the main building, and then from then kind of followed them to their surroundings to see, hey, you're gonna go for damage, well, I'm gonna follow you there for the third party. But luckily enough for Skyjump and his trio, nothing kind of turned out from it. Veno, Vico, Flixie, still no elims on the board. Gonna play an edge of zone here, just rotating through, seeing what they can potentially find.
They might get exactly what they're after if it's surge that they're looking for, and considering that Veno's already directly made notes of the fact that he didn't feel like this team was getting aggressive enough. And we saw a big moment from that, but Clownski, Gudenbri, Moneymaker, they've got to be careful. How many times have we seen Veno's teams just crouch walk up to a surge base and chop them out? So if nobody is looking back to recognize this rotate from Vico's team, it could be disastrous.
I mean, they have Moneymaker down below, so they're actually gonna go for a quick shot. Built with Ramson just like that. 2 knocks instantly. Are you kidding me? Vico Flixie Veno not missing a single shot. Guden goes down. Clown shortly after, and now everything's on the line for Moneymaker as a solo.
Moneymaker is devastated. Seti and Cammy as well. I mean, they were the ones that were initially looking at Gutenberg's team in the first place, and now they have to watch and witness as Veno's team just swoops in, steals those eliminations away from them. A massive amount of surge as well that they've definitely been able to establish here in Game 10.
What's crazy is they got both players. Normally you do like a 3-2-1, you pick out the outfit or whatever that you can kind of distinguish the player and just focus the same one, but they got both of them. Like, that was insane. As we look back over to Walks, Ping, Malabuka, who are also on a surge base, luckily enough. Vico, Venom, Flixie aren't in the surrounding areas looking for them, but might just be as dangerous as Walks gets knocked down to 68 HP.
All things considered, though, Walks, Ping, and Malabuka have had a relatively consistent time throughout the course of Major 1 finals in comparison to Scroll, iDrop, and Sky, where they need some kind of engagement to be the catalyst. And they're not the only ones. Seeing Tayson, seeing Trulix, Chicho try to get active this early on, just kind of recognizing the fact sticking by in a surge base for Foxy Floodgate is not working out for us. We have to get involved in the action early on to get our surge tags, because all these other teams, they're being pushed towards those outskirts of the map. So teams that are center map like Tayson's, they're not having opportunities to actually get surge tags like what we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I believe Levin was mentioning exactly that. There's just not enough trios rotating through, and Tayson and his trio were dependent purely basically on AR tags for surge in the mid game. So now seeing them opting for more close quarters combat, it's a change up that they might desperately need if they want to make a comeback.
And if you get into the real nitty gritty of it as well, Tayson, Trulix, and Chicho, they even had struggles where even when we saw them in endgame moments, Foxy Floodgate just did not bode enough ammo for them to be able to consistently try and actually challenge players on height. So they didn't really have anything that could generate those winning moments, so to say. All these teams, though, still looking to try and get a clear grasp on Game 10.
Dorm picks Demus. We saw them get those 3 eliminations early on, as now they're just gonna look for the AR aspect of it. I mean, being kind of on the edge of zone here at Pump Powder, all those teams that are east of them are gonna eventually have to rotate on in, but it is a hill, so it's not like they have, I mean, they have a good amount of vision, especially how high up Darm is, but I'm wondering how many tags they'll actually get as their eyes are just set locked on Fastroki and his trio.
Crazy to think, though, that Darm's actually got that mythic AR for once. That it could be a very menacing weapon to put into Darm's hands, considering just how technically mechanical we've already seen him be. When you hand him the best weapon in the game right now, his firepower just increases tenfold.
Marius, though, put himself in a slippy situation by Demons here. What's going on? The pressure all around them. It's Yanis, it's Chap, it's Noah, who wanted to find a way to get damage. This is a trio that always goes close for their surge. They fight for it when they need it. As Vanya looks for an angle on the outskirts here. But so far, not enough damage has been done from either trio to fully commit. So it looks like a soft fight is how it's gonna end.
But while we're at Demon's Dojo, I have to start to wonder, where's Pink? Where's Nebs? Where's Chino? Surely those guys are still hanging around somewhere, and that's also another discussion entirely. I mean, Pink, Nebs, Chino have definitely had a pretty rough time so far, but leading off from day 1 into day 2, they were looking at, you know, that top 25 still at least. Pixie, Vanya, and Marius, though, they are clearly trying to create some form of surge.
Speaking about surge, Malabuka walks Ping. We haven't seen them fight yet. I mean, on-con night shift, what they tend to do is just loot up and look for kind of third parties in the surrounding area. Last match, they kind of got a free gift, but this time around, Curious to see what they end up doing. They haven't really had too many struggles with it. They've been very consistent throughout the day. And hopefully that doesn't change in these last matches.
Just trying to get a couple spare shieldfish where possible. Considering the zone pool over by Lost Lake area, plenty of water spots for Malibu to take advantage of. So he'll likely hold on to that fishing rod for a while. They can continue to just play tag with some of these other teams. Vanya, though, very difficult situation here. Might be caught between Darmpix, Demas, Chabnor, Riley, and Yanis on the other side of that mountain.
Two of the top teams fighting each other, both in the top 5. Is a scary sight to see so early on in the match. It is 4th zone here, so Rift Island should have appeared. I'm curious to see if once again we'll get Queasy, Merstash, and Swizzy with a primed up position for it. But in the meantime, Pix, Darm, and Demas got out of that potential scare and now can continue getting a bit more into the zone here.
Vanya, Marius, and Pixie are probably looking for more hard material, which is why they were by that bird to go in the first place. But what they don't know is that it's basically just bones at this point. Demas, Darm, and Pix surely wiped it clean of most of the metal available there, and gas stations having already been slightly reduced in terms of what they have to offer for hard material. It's going to make things very tough for that mid to late game approach, especially considering that I've had a chance to actually take notice of what's going down over by Shogun's Arena, but Panzer Mongrel and Savage, everybody should be so happy. If you are a Savage or Mongrel fan, a newfound Panzer fan as well, these guys are in the top 10 currently, just trying to hold on to that position. When you consider that so many people counted them out, so many people were saying they didn't belong, and yet here they stand tall, 7th leading into game 10.
The damage count is crazy too. The most damage in the lobby. I mean, Panzer's got 19 elims throughout these major finals. Merstash has gotten 30 elims, and Panzer still has more damage, which is insane. Look at this zone as well. A full north pull. Half of the zone being water, as Vico, Veno, Flixie were quick to rotate on in, having already 500 damage above the threshold.
Scary stuff for anybody that has to actually trek their way into this territory. Vika, though, getting some friendly hellos from across the pond, essentially.
Wie die Zone aussieht,
All
Alter.
these teams very wary of the fact that it's a relatively flat landscape. There are some hills to take advantage of, but it's
Der
largely
Typ heißt
the fact
einfach
that it's got
Darm.
water, so much water everywhere, Takata, and zones can be so unforgiving in those types of circumstances.
What I'm thinking here for Darm, Demas, and Co is that they already have so much damage, they don't need much more, and they're on an incredibly congested side. When zones pull very far to the north, south, any edge of the map, you have so many trios and players rotating on in that it's just going to cause that side of the zone to be that much more congested. But it looks like it is going to pull back west, so Vanya,
Storm
Marius, and
Surge
Pixie
aktiv.
are most likely going to get on the rotate here.
Yeah, these guys made fast work of moving to where they needed to be, considering the last position we just saw them at, and they are wasting no time with trying to get ahead of the pack. But they've been trailing ever so slightly behind Pix, Darm, and Demas for some steady time now, Takata. They've got to be real careful that this Polish trio doesn't decide, hey, maybe we want to come to a pause for a second. Maybe we want to just take a direct fight with these guys instead of keeping them on our backs the whole game.
Honestly, at this point, the position that Demas, Pix, and Darm are in, they have chug splashes, they have mats, they have loot. You can see they're just kind of playing placement. They're holding out their zones. They don't want to risk anything. They just want to keep themselves in a prime position for that late game. And once those moving zones start, that's where it all comes down to play. As we look back over to Swizzy, Queasy, and Merstash, who are still in the storm, but have to figure out a way to rotate themselves back in here. If they go more towards to that side of the zone that's already in the storm, they know that once it starts closing, there will be less people there. So you can see they're kind of making their way over to that side to have a safer rotate.
They've got to get a move on, though. Tick zones are very unfriendly, and especially when their team's already kind of based around the edge. At the very least, Queasy definitely trying to path a dead side pool, but they're gonna definitely be well out of sight for everyone else.
Das ist krass.
And look at this elevation, Taco. The zone is pulling towards an already elevated build fight. But if they end up pulling the half and half, I mean, it's gonna take quite a lot of luck. It's gonna take a lot of RNG, but hey, it's possible. In the meantime, waiting for those zones that unfortunately do end up pulling west for them. Not the corner that they were hoping. They still should have a pretty decent rotate through, but Demas looking for a quick shotgun shot, unable to connect. Oni masks are going to come through, and the rotates will continue for these trios.
Ooh, shut down there though. Vanya happy to collect that extra elimination. Pulse team maybe sweating a bit. Not sure if they were in as tough of a spot as Gantry just now, but Malabuka ping walks. Again, really steady, consistent throughout the course of Major 1 finals so far. And Swizzy, Queasy, Murstache, they didn't get the immediate pull that they were hoping for here at Takata, but at the same time, they're definitely trying to clear out the team on elevation across from them. They want to take over that position. They're also making sure to keep their line of sight as clear as possible. That's why Swizzy shooting out the trees. They scouted. There is a surge base way off in the distance. It might belong to Veno.
Veno, Vico, Flexi, still leading the pack, but there's only a 20-point difference between first and third place. So although they're in first going into this match, everything can change depending on how this one concludes. Marius, Pixie, Vanya, 114 above. It's not safe enough as they're trying to just find any opening on trios rotating in. But so far, unable to find many connections.
Swizzy definitely doesn't want to have to deal with all this pressure. My man's is just trying to make a humble fisherman life. Still looking to extend, but Malabuka from out of nowhere completely doused. Now it's Walks and Ping.
As a duo, the second place trio put into panic as they've lost one. I mean, they're in zone here. We saw what Vico and Flixie were able to do as a duo in the last match. They clutched it up. And it looks like we're going to need the same thing to happen from Walks and Ping if they want to maintain their spot on the leaderboard.
Shaco's just barely managing to survive for the time being, but Veno, Vico, Flixie hot on their heels, looking to just chase them down, looking to also establish themselves with solid positioning. And Veno gonna safely tarp his way through. Shaco's body loot, wants to make sure that he claims as much of that as possible. He knows he's gonna need that material for this endgame. Marius, on the other hand, he knows that they need damage. This trio has struggled today, Takata, with getting the surge online and well above that damage threshold.
Issue is for Vanya, Marius, Pixie, zone pulled to the literal opposite side of the map from when they were. So they're gonna have to be quick on their feet to get the rotate on in. Demas picks Storm in a similar situation, but Demas loses all of his shield during the rotate. Now his teammates are gonna have to play the defensive to give them a bit of time to use any heal possible and continue once again with their rotate.
It's the fact that they were forced ultimate low. They were forced to stop their rotation. They were trying to claim front side, if anything, and now it's not going to be a pipe dream just yet, but it's definitely going to be tough, difficult to re-establish. Vanya even getting a chance to look back, see Savage off in the distance. A little bit of elevation, and that's Vanya's intention as well. They're underneath that damage threshold now. They need to aggress heavily onto a team. They've got plenty directly underneath them, but all these trees as well blocking their line of sight.
Yeah, they just need a bit of damage. They're primed up in terms of positioning. If they can maintain that, it would be crucial for taking home this match, as so many of the top trios are still up in contention. But Vanya now, as Storm Surge is active, 124 below. They have to wait for the rotates to come through, and they cannot miss their shots here.
They're hoping that there's going to be teams looking to poke their heads forward, like to try and get ahead of where everybody else is at, not get stuck in that low to mid-ground congestion. But Vanya is not finding any sort of openings. Teams just taking too much notice of what's going on up above. And Marius instead watches, tries to provide some cover up, as now CZB, Nathan on the other side of height. They might be the openings, but it's still just barely above.
Demas, though, he's lost one of his teammates. Darm has gone down, leaving it up to him and Pix. The good news is they're together. The bad news, only wood left over, 18 builds, as they're forced to recuperate what they've lost. But Vico, Veno, and Flixie, they're looking up above. They know high ground's a possibility. The Onimasks are going to come through. But so far, it was just to get ahead as they continue to keep their eyes and stay aware.
Veno still knows. He wants to move ahead further.
Da flog er heran vorbei.
He needs to shoot them out first. Swizzy trying to help aid with that endeavor.
Geil.
Swizzy, Queasy, Murstache though, they're on an opposite side because they don't want to let anybody else take height from them.
Auf Mongrel.
Mongrel trying to see what he can do.
They are not done with the high ground retakes. Time and again, we see Panzer, we see Mongol Savage go. Will this be the match where they're able to fully secure it? Panzer leading the pack in terms of damage. They've not been missing their shots, but they haven't been able to close a game out on height. And Mongrel's gone down. It leaves Mr. Savage and Panzer to clutch it as a duo, and they're forced now to drop down.
We can respect the dedication, but the intentions may have been sourly put. Vico, Flixie, Veno, they're going to take advantage of the chaos up above. Back shot onto Queasy, and now Veno, Vico, but they're left in tatters. Something has gone horribly wrong. Veno's still trying to claim height.
What's happened? Vico was left on a sliver of HP, but he's able to recuperate it now as a duo. They can hold on to height. Panzer still looking strong as he takes down Tayson. They need to get ahead here, though, but there's just so many trios, so many players on low ground. It's absolute madness.
Somehow through all the chaos, Veno has managed to darp his way up above. Wasp Ping, they might have the heals advantage here though. What they need is builds. Merstache gonna fall. Walk's getting credited for that. The Siphon playing such a big part in keeping his HP alive, but no! Tag from the side, didn't get a chance to actually block his way off.
Ping left as a solo, doing what he can to scavenge the last point of the match, but Veno and Vico continuing to rain down from above, taking
Und Panzer auch, ja. 7. Platz. Und Veno wird das holen, Alter. Oder Jannis. Aber ich denke eher Veno. Oh mein Gott. Nee, komm, das wird ein Ding für Veno wieder und Flicky und Vico. Ja, guck dir das an, Alter.
They're hungry. It's time to get fraggy. Vico Veno know this. To close this out, they pick up Cammy. They pick up another elimination. Vico has 6. Looking unstoppable as now it's all up to Noah in the 1 versus 2 against absolute titans. Noah, you have to pull off a miracle to come out on top here.
Ja, komm, was will Noah auch machen, Alter?
7th elimination closes the game, and our #1 trio continue to hold on to the throne.
4 victory royales in a single Major 1 finals is pure insanity here, Takata. We are witnessing something so great here with Veno, Vico, and Flixie, and now everybody else is stuck playing catch up.
Vico and Flixie got 4th place at the Global Championship last year, now trioed up with Veno, and they are looking absolutely monstrous going into these final matches of the day. If they get height one more time, if they're able to continue with this momentum, Taco, we can see them taking home that Axe of Champions.
Look, we knew Vico and Flixie were fraggy after Chapter 5 last year, but what this screams to me more than anything, Takata, is Veno telling everybody I am back to claim the throne. People were questioning, is Veno actually still fraggy with it?
Stimmt schon wieder nicht, ne? Das kann nicht wahr. Doch, bestimmt. Zum Glück.
Thank you very much, guys. Veno's been long regarded as one of the titans of the European, in fact, the international scene in FNCS, and he's picked the right companions to join him in this campaign to be the world's #1. I did speak to Veno before the season kicked off properly. You saw that in the lobby before we went live with the show today. And Veno was saying, like, we are peak, we are the pinnacle, and we're going 4 for 4 this year, and they're making a pretty convincing argument that they could do it this year, Levin.
And this is the reaction you need, right? You know, we went into this game all talking about, oh my goodness, it's so close, oh, there's 5 teams in it. Veno said 5 teams in it. There's only 1 team in it. We're that team, they win the game, and surely this is going to push them further and ahead. Look, you're right to give Veno his praise, right? You know, Mini, when we look at this trio, I think a lot of people look at Flixie and Vico, especially coming into at least as like the stars, right? Veno had a bit of an up and down year at times last year. And he actually let his team down a bit in the last 2 games, right? Obviously on the island, he was the one that got beamed. Then he was down last game. It was up to Flixie and Vico to clutch up. This game, he gets back in and he helps the team out. And again, all 3 of these guys putting their best foot forward to help the team win this tournament.
Yeah, and I think what's most impressive about the way that these last 2 games have gone is that it was Vico and Flixie. Now it's Vico and Veno. It just seems like you put 2 of these players together, one player goes down, they're an FNCS winning duo entirely. So it just seems like they have that power in their tank. If one of their players do go down, it just doesn't seem like you can write them off when they are in that duo clutch situation. This was just beautiful stuff. The way they took high ground off of Queasy was amazing. There was a couple of moments in that end game where they were actually looking for height. They had the materials for it. They kept looking up. I think there was a moment where they tried to TP up and they actually just cancelled it. They said, right, okay, we're going to go back down. We're going to retry another time. That just shows so much maturity and so much experience there.
I remember last year in duos, we had so many like great FNCS wins that came off of the back of like great solo clutches, right? When Swizzy and Vanya won, and Vanya and Swizzy individually both had great solo clutches. Here in trios, we're seeing great duo clutches, right? You know, that's what makes FNCS champions, teams who can win when they got a man down, or maybe even 2.
Well, we're only 2 games away from crowning our next champion, so we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll be talking even more about game number 10.
So, Leute, wir gucken in die Standings wieder rein. Damit meine Tastatur mal reagiert. So, wir gucken rein. Wir gehen rein. Wir gehen direkt auf Alternative. So. Jetzt mit krassem Abstand. Fast 100 Punkten. Immer noch auf Platz 1. Vico, Veno und Flixie. Gefolgt von Mersatz, Swizzy und Queasy. 6. Platz, Mr. Savage, Panzer und Monkral. Auch mit fast, na nicht ganz, aber guten 80 Punkten Unterschied zu Demos. Das wird schwierig, glaube ich, das für die jetzt noch zu halten. Also dann noch weiter hochzusteigen. Und wer ist heute der größte Pechvogel bisher? Es sind ewig Frostig und Inhalb Domate. Robert Kebab übrigens auch mit 46 Punkten hier. Cringe Mappy und mit 127, 27. Und das hier würde nach Stand jetzt, sind das hier die Leute, die Preisgeld mitnehmen werden. Jannis, Chap und Noah Radio auf Platz 13 hier. Die holen ja auch saftiges Geld, sag ich mal, mit. Zeigen wir nochmal hier das Preisgeld. Das ist das Preisgeld. Top 5 47.850. Top 10 34.800. Bedeutet aktuell jetzt würde noch Mr. Savage, Monkral und Panzer noch 47.850 Dollar mitnehmen. Das soll schmecken. Wenn das morgen ist. Ah, krass.
Welcome back to FNCS Europe. We are nearing the end of the Major 1 finals. We have just 2 more games to go before we crown our first champions of Chapter 6. And if you missed it before the break, Veno, Vico and Flixie, they took their 4th victory royale of the weekend. And when you look at the names from this trio, it's kind of obvious that this had to happen, boys. They're clearly setting out their plan for the rest of the year, as we said before the break, and they're doing it in convincing fashion. But let's take a look at number. I'm gonna just pick a number, any number. In fact, you know what? Yeah, you know what it is, boys. I'm actually trying to see where Malibuca, Ping, and Vox went, because they were in 2nd spot, but now they've moved down to the 4th position. They're still putting in a convincing performance, but it came down to Ping and Vox in that end game mini minor.
Yeah, I'm glad you picked number 4, because that was the team that I picked to win this whole weekend, and it hasn't been the greatest performance, particularly in that last game. We were going into it saying, right, it's a 2-horse race, very excited to see who is going to come out on top here. It's very, very close. And they did what Vico, Veno, and Flixie what Vico, Veno, and Flixie did do, which is duo clutch. We saw Malibuca going down very early on. Ping and Wox 11, they couldn't make it happen, and that's clearly been the difference here. It just didn't work out for them in this particular endgame, and that's clearly been the difference in that game.
Yeah, I think when you look at the you know, those two, you expect them to maybe pull off something, right? You know, they got that sort of chemistry. There's been a lot of situations, I feel like, where Ping has sort of been left alone as that sole player, but yeah, not able to really squeeze as many points out of it. Again, I'm just looking at this leaderboard and I'm looking at that game that Veno and them just had, and it's like they're starting to pull away. And with 2 games left, you can't afford to let them pull away. I don't want to be that guy, but also 6 out of 12 is still on the cards. And I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but it still is on the cards. So let's see what happens there.
Well, in number 2, we've got Twizzy, Queasy, and Mustache. I'm loving this rivalry that's building up between these ex-duo partners, Veno and Queasy. And Mustache, we've got to say, has been such a huge difference maker for this trio.
He has, yeah. I mean, it's been a really great performance from these guys. They've sort of clutched up in so many important moments. Even in that last game, we saw them sort of rotating through the storm, popping those med kits like we know they love to do. And I think they got quite unlucky in this game. The zone didn't quite pull in their favor, which I think if they did get a little bit more lucky with those zones, we could have been talking about a completely different trio winning this game, and it could be even closer, 11. But this is so far so good. Not the ideal game for them, but we've seen what they can do off spawn. We've seen that they can make it to these positions and put themselves in the position to take height. So it's far from over.
Mini, it's quite close, right, between like 2nd, 3rd, 4th right now in terms of like the people pushing Veno and them. Do you think this is the team that's going to do it? Like, who's the team you're looking at now as like, who's going to save the region and stop the favorites from winning, that type of thing? Like, who's it going to be out of those 3?
I think it's got to be them. I think just looking at how Malibuca went down there, Ping and Watts couldn't quite make it happen. Yeah, for me, it's got to be them. They're the team that's setting up for height. They're the team that's taking these, that's playing in the storm, even when the zone isn't pulling to them. It's them for me. Do you agree? What about you?
I'd say so. I'm leaning towards them for sure. I feel like I'm not seeing the power I once saw from Malibuca and them in previous. Obviously, it's come back to bite me in the bum, right? But you know, like at least in the last couple of games, it's not been what I wanted to see ramping up, right? You want to see teams ramp
Noch
up.
2 Runden und in 30 Sekunden geht's hier weiter.
It's gonna be a fun ride.
Levin, do you think it's going to be a fun ride for Vanya, Pixie, and Marius? Because I'm actually surprised that they're still holding on to that number 3 spot, given their luck today.
Yeah, you know what? I don't want to sound like a hater, but I kind of was expecting them to have like fallen out of the race by now. If I'm actually quite surprised they're still like really in this. I know I'm talking about them like they're not in this. No, like they are well and truly in this race, and they're sort of overcoming a lot of the like problems they're having in earlier parts of the game, and still managing to like clutch up big points out of these games, right? Like this clutch from Pixie and Marius in this game. Again, you're just getting squeezing so many points just to keep you in the competition, and that's what you need sometimes in these tournaments to be able to come out on top and win.
Well, sometimes we get our champion decided in game number 11. Not always, and it is so close this time that I have a feeling that is not going to happen. But I have another feeling that Veno is going to want to make this game in particular count. So let's head to our casters, to Carter and Taco.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Look, everything is on the line now. We've got 2 matches left, Taco. Vico, Venoflixi leading the pack in first place, but there's only a 6-point difference between second and fourth. Any of those trios have a chance to overthrow them and take home that Axe of Champions, but will they let that happen? Will Levin Dream come through of the 6 victory royales in major finals? Time will tell as game 11 starts now.
And the big thing about that record here, Takata, is that Veno and Queasy set that finals record together. They were 6, and the craziest thing to imagine is that potentially here today in day 2, Veno could also look to replicate that same record he once established, as long as he's able to close out games 11 and 12 year to day. But you can't count on that just yet. It is obvious, though, that Veno, Vico, and Flixi are here to make a statement on Europe.
And we don't have to wait long, because it looks like it's going to be a quick fight once again at Seaport City. Swizzy being quick to the action to pick up that chest, gets a weapon, gets chug splashes, but no quick knocks are going to come through. And looks like once they saw that Swizzy, Murstache, and Queasy were gonna win the chest, win the loot, shake off sky jump, Momsy decided, maybe it's not a good idea to take that 50-50 once again, especially after it didn't go our way.
The drops have been really solid so far from Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy, but France is not gonna make this one easy. They're still just heckling Queasy's team at Seaport City. Doesn't want to let it go for free, but after a certain point, Momsy, Skyjump, Shakos, you have to also consider top 25 is where you get the payout.
Playing for the payout, playing for a spot at the Global Championships. So much is on the line for these trios competing here today. Teeny, Haris, and Skavi have not had a perfect playthrough at Shoguns with all the third parties that come through. They have been able to take home a majority of the matches off spawn, but they've still yet to fully convert that in one of these late games.
Getting much more aggressive now, just completely chasing down Uick and Dom. Don't want to allow them to escape and just delay this battle over by Shogun Solitude, because the longer it takes, we already know the end result. Another team comes into third party and then another one. So everybody just trying to close out these fights as quickly as possible. Murstache, Swizzy, Queasy still waiting for their openings against Shakos down below, but they're definitely trying to maintain the stronger line of sights inside of the heights of these buildings.
Looking for kind of angles to see if their opponents slip up, right? Find an opening. But it looks like Swizzy, oh, what a shot from the fire. Oni Mask even almost getting a knock here onto Sky Jump, as that's already a good amount of damage. But as you can see from Murstache, Queasy, Swizzy, they don't want to fully commit. I mean, going down off the rip in game 11 on day 2, being already so close to first place in the second place spot. I mean, well, I say so close. They've got quite a lot of points they got to get to overthrow Rico, Benoflixi, but they're in second place. They're literally the position behind them, so they cannot afford to go down in the early game here.
Murstache still kind of peeking underneath. See if Momsy is trying to pop his head out anytime soon. Queasy also, what a great teammate. Perfect money shot, just throwing the shield potion to make sure that Murstache is going to be able to keep that fight going, even if he does get tagged up a little bit here. Flixi, on the other hand, trying to maintain this first spot position on the leaderboard, Takata. There are huge implications if they walk away with the top 3 placement here in game 11. I don't want to say it'd be impossible for anybody else to catch them, but it would clearly establish them as a top 2, and that's perfect circumstances for the Global Championship.
What I love about Vico, Veno, Flixie is, even if they have a hurdle where, for example, Veno goes down, it shows how strong it is to be trioed up with a solidified duo that had previous success and being able to just clutch it out themselves. Even in fights, if one of them gets knocked, they can still turn those fights around. They can take a lot of these situations where some high-skilled trios would just not be able to make it out of and turn it into a comeback to the end game, still getting a good amount of points, which is why they're leading the pack currently. You gotta be careful because Queasy has been knocked down at Seaport City. It's the shake-off. This is now putting a bit of panic onto Swizzy and Merstash.
Swizzy and Merstash, though, this is so unfortunate because they're trying to ensure that they stay well above everybody else for the leaderboard. They know that they can't afford to go down here early. They don't want to bank everything on their match 12 performance, but Mumsy might have other plans in mind for this team. Swizzy hoping that he can cut somebody off if they try to make an attempt up towards the top of this building.
Swizzy, hold that thought. Big Pump gets connected. Can he finish it off, though? He does get the knock. Momsy's gonna take him down. It's a 1 versus 1, but during this, all the trios in the surrounding areas, the third parties are hungry. They hear the shots. They know they can feast. As Merstash has to make the decision to disengage here, even if he ends up taking out Momsy, he knows I drop Sky Scroll. They're waiting on the other end of the door.
But Sky, Scroll, Eyedrop, they might be the real benefactors after everything that's gone down here inside of Seaport City. They are left to just try and clean up house. They are not willing to let anybody escape currently. They know just how important every single one of these elimination points could be for them. On top of the placements, they have so much ground to make up for after the start of this day 2 for them.
It's a tough start, Taco. It's a tough start for Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy in the second to last match of the major finals, but we've seen them get back-to-back reboots and still get close to that end game, so now they have to do it when it matters the most. For Pix, Darm, and Venus, though, 5th place spot. Contenders for that top 2 get a spot at the global championship. If something goes poorly for Veno, Vico, and Flixie here, it's gonna be a green light for the rest of the trios up above. So Veno has to be extremely careful in these early game engagements. They cannot go down this early.
But if something goes awful here for Vico, Flixie, and Veno, it might just be the saving grace for Queasy's team, considering that he's already sitting back, just having to scan the elimination feed to get news of what's to come here. Cringe, Matt BK, though, not looking particularly healthy. Vico already tarping overhead. Veno as well gets a good line of sight onto Mappy, just continuing to try and break into his box, completely spraying. But unfortunately, Veno not going to be able to find the connections he needs just yet. That is until Mappy exposes himself just a moment too long. No shields left.
Is that going to be the opening for Vico, Flixie, Veno? Are they going to get aggro onto that now? As Vico looks for an angle, he knows it's a potential player that's low close by. Cringe is going to be the one playing aggressive. Shot gets connected, but it's not a big one. Just a quarter of his shield taking off. As now a quick second to take a deep breath, refresh on the fight. Consider, do we keep on pushing forwards? Are we finished yet? It looks like they're not, as Veno drops down and looks again for another angle.
But this is their fight. This is their winning moment, or at least the start of one. Veno, Vico, Flixie just continuing to try and break through into the center hold that Mappy, Cade, and Cringe have somewhat managed to establish here. But all of this fire, all of these shots going off in the area, it's starting to draw too much attention. Other teams flying in now for Magic Mosses.
Yeah, trying to see, hey, what's going on here? As Vico hits the shots needed onto Cade. Cringe now following shortly behind. One knock is all it takes to turn the tables, as now Flixie's gonna finish Cringe. And just like that, they're gonna pick up some quick 3 eliminations right before the third party comes through.
Could not have come at a better time. They needed this opener. They're not the only ones. Chino.
Oh.
Big takedown onto Merstash. That is a devastating blow to a team that had just climbed their way into that second place position. The door is wide open now. Vanya, Pixie, Marius, Ping, Walks, Malabuka, even Pix, Darman, Demas. They've all got to be taking notice of what's gone down here.
The issue is, though, if Vico, Veno, and Flixie are able to make it to the end game healthy, with potential for another solid match, it just could solidify themselves that Blade of Champions. Even before the last game, if they're able to get another victory royale, they want a huge match going into this. But Malabuka now, once again around night shift, trying to see if they can catch any of these trios that are rotating through Storm off guard. To not even just get a bit of damage on them, but even some eliminations.
Looked like Seti, Cammy, and Ari, they knew what kind of stockpile Vico, Flixie, and Veno like to hold on to here at Flooded Frogs. They were trying to make use of some of those leftover goods, but they've been spotted out. Vico just chasing down Ari now. Knows that is a freebie elimination once he's been that separated. The rest of his teammates having already been taken out. Axe Force, though, could be another threat. Veno, Vico, and Flixie aren't out of the woods just yet.
They're comfortable having these in-storm engagements. They know how to get out of them. They know how to play them, so I'm not too worried at all yet. All it does take is one slip up, though, and Axe Force is crouching up behind them. He might just catch one off guard. Flixie's already been cracked. If he can connect a shot on the player that's low, it could mean everything, but he's sprinted. They heard the footsteps now. They know the aggro's onto them. They're forced to play defensive, but they drop on in, and just like that, gonna recuperate a lot of HP and shield, making it that much more difficult for Axe Force to get anything from this.
But this is unexpected company. Veno, Vico, Flixie, this is not what they were anticipating to encounter when they made their way back over to Flooded Frogs. Roman, though, tries to escape, but when he looks to follow up with his teammates, Axe Force for 9 just shot down from the skies. One thing about this trio, you are not gonna have an easy time looking to soar out away from them.
5 eliminations, 6 eliminations on the board already. Starting this one off in the first zone before Rift Island even appears. This is not looking good for the rest of the top 5. As we look back at Ping, Walks, and Malabuka, Walks already got cracked. Has more than enough shield to recuperate it, so it must have just been a beam from afar. I don't think it's any danger yet for this trio.
Definitely very familiar with playing from inside the storm here, but knowing that Queasy's team has been fully eliminated, knowing that they are right on the cusp of being able to overtake that position, it's bound to cause them to consider every single engagement from this moment on.
We've talked a lot about the top teams, but Vanya, Pixie, and Marius are one that's a full trio, already looking healthy, already in zone. And now with Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy being knocked out of the game, it gives them that much higher of a chance to not only potentially take that first place spot, but take that second place spot, which guarantees them a place in the global championship. So it's not just playing for that first place spot, but if they're able to qualify themselves to GC in Major 1, it's gonna put some relief in their mind.
This is trouble. Pix and Darm just trying to glide into the zone at this point, but no Demas Takata, another one of our top 5 teams, and a team that has just done so phenomenally throughout the course of this Major 1 finals. You would not think that it is their first time in a Major 1 finals.
No, not at all, but I'm getting a little scared myself being in that 5th place spot. I mean, what, they are incredibly close from 2nd place, and imagine in your first FNCS Major Finals, you qualify to the Global Championship. That would be unreal for this trio. But it looks like iDrop, Sky, and Scroll are going to be the first ones to Shogun's Arena and potentially even be able to take it here.
They've had so many issues throughout the course of day 2 in comparison how day 1 went, and a lot of it just exclusively coming down to the fact that that southern section of the map changed so drastically overnight. So many teams looking to try and be adaptable, be flexible, work around the areas that didn't work out for them. But with iDrop Sky and Scroll in control of that Shogun's Medallion potentially, and Shogun's Arena in general, it's gonna make things all the more difficult for our teams that are also fighting to maintain their position on the leaderboard. Veno, Vico, and Felixi just trying to stay one step ahead.
That one step's all you need if you want to solidify that place. They have such an incredibly strong start to this match. All that's left is closing it out. They can't get too greedy here, as now all they need to do are play these rotations, play these zones. And looking at Mr. Savage, Panzer, and Mongrel, this is a trio that's constantly went for that high ground. They've gotten so close, but it's been the trio after them that has ended up securing height from them and finishing off the match. So hopefully this time around they'll be able to take it at the correct time. But just from the blink of an eye, we look at Mongrel's trio for a second, and Veno gets eliminated, leaving Vico and Flixi once again to play this out as a duo.
This is such a tragedy. In the middle of 5th zone here as well, Flixi, Vico, they'd have a really tough time trying to make any sort of reboot opportunities, but they can't even think about that just yet. They're still being held. Podesai, Xweez, they're not trying to give them any sort of wiggle room. Podesai, in fact, already starting to just run down Vico and Felixi. Doesn't want to even allow them the opportunity to try and finish up some heals for their Storm adventure. And Flixi, Vico, they know they're still being chased. Flixi not gonna be able to escape though, just trapped inside of the box. Nowhere left to run. It's all down to Vico.
Vico left as a solo now. He's lost Flixi. He's lost Veno. It's all up to him to try and maintain their spot.
Die kann eh keiner mehr einholen, das wird schwierig halt.
This is an absolute tragedy for the trio, but on the other hand, I know Vanya, Pixie, Marius are licking their lips right now, watching these players fall. It's that opening for all the trios in the top 5 to get closer and closer to first place.
One thing Vico does have going for him is that he was well above the search threshold, which we can't say the same for Pix and Darm. And even worse still, they might be caught in between a couple of different teams. And since they're soon to be desperate to get a little bit more
wird aber nicht gut enden.
They won't have the luxury of choosing if they want to fight or not. Marvik immediately trying to make his presence known, but Pix doing a great job at pushing back.
Playing the defensive here, but even so, is Pix going to be able to clean this one up? The issue is not only cleaning this up, but finding a way to get back to the zone after. Medkit being popped, but shotgun shots connected. Pix gets eliminated, and this fight's not even finished yet.
No, Loki and Luce
Mann, ist
still
auch fast
trying to
tot.
see if they could pick off Adesito. And
Er scheint aber Zone zu sein.
Massive. That's huge.
Chico ist tot.
Elam potential here.
Komm
Adesito,
in die
most
Runde
importantly,
irgendwie.
still just not allowing any freebies here. Chap on the other end of it as well. Still more teams just completely wiped out here.
Boah, Top 5
And that's
ist
gonna
tot,
be a
das ist wichtig,
perfect
Alter.
pickings for Noah, Riley, Janice, and Chap.
Das ist sehr wichtig für mich.
Yeah, not only that, a lot of our top trios are going down. I mean, by the second, leaving a little less stress for Vico, but still, even then, Vico has so much pressure for this last match. They've done enough damage where he's still 800 above, has mobility, only 2 charges on that Oni mask though, but has shields, has mats. Honestly, just has to scavenge as many placements as possible, and if he gets his eyes on a solo, if he finds any opening to potentially get a refresh, then I believe in Vico to take it.
Keeping in mind just how much surge he had at the starting point, it is so heartbreaking to know that if his teammates were just alive with him still. But Vico, he's got to be real careful about where he's boxed up at. Another team might have recognized the fact that he is currently in a solo situation. Malabuka, Ping, and Walks also taking good note. Teamed up in their surge bases above, but Malabuka without a Void Oni mask, only this kinetic blade to work with. Makes sense that they're trying to be first to claim some elevated
Das erste
positioning.
Team schon in der neuen
Because
Zone.
Malabuka would definitely like to find an elimination, find a player to take a Void Oni mask from.
Just give them that South
Direkt
Pole.
Light.
Give them that
Werbung auch
South
noch
Pole,
hier.
and that's all they need. to close this one out, but on the contrary, whatever trio is able to get on that mountain that Ping was looking at could also be a prime position here. The good news for Malibuca, Ping, and Wox, though, is they have more than enough vision to tag every single trio that's going to try and rotate in here. As another healthy trio is going to be Mr. Savage and Mongrel, but even though you're healthy, you might not be good on Surge, just 96 above. As now players are going to start looking more aggressively for tags. They could quickly get dropped below, as Savage knows this, and now he has to find some.
Not only that, but with the way that the zone is pulling up onto elevation like the mountain range, having only a Typhoon Blade, it's going to be very difficult terrain for Savage to actually charge his way upwards through. So he's going to have to be very cautious with how he proceeds once they actually leave their current base situation. And if Panzer and Mongrel can't provide those necessary cover fire, rotations are only going to get more difficult, and Vico already experiencing the woes of that.
So many eyes are on Vico, not only getting cracked, just doing what he can to make his way back into zone. All the pressure is on his shoulders. 17 builds left. It's all wood. Even more of a reason for all the other players in the lobby to keep focusing you. They know you must be low on materials, as now just one build left in the dream. Vico, Flixie gets shut down in the second to last match of the EU Major Finals, but Mr. Savage as well.
Nein, und Panzer ist auch.
Both his teammates left as a solo. Our whole top 5 are getting eliminated.
This elevation range is no friend to any of our current teams trying to break through. Sky taken out. Malibuca walks and Ping on the other end of it. That's going to be Shogun's medallion potentially in their hands now.
Savage auch dead.
Whether or not they're able to clean up that trio successfully. They do have 3 eliminations in total, but Tata, this is massive. They might be able to have a breakthrough game here.
I want to know where Vanya is. I need to know how healthy they're looking, as Taste, Shisho, Trulex are going to be the ones up above. But I believe the only trios in the top 5 is Malibuca's trio, is Vanya's trio, and they're looking quite healthy as well. It's all or nothing for this trio now to set themselves up for the last match.
Vanya knows it. He's spotted out the fact that
Ist aber noch nicht geupdatet worden, oder?
But not going to be able to commit to it just yet. Don't want to leave their perch position. No real reason to either. They know ultimate height. Trulex, Taste, and Chicho watching their every move. They're just trying to punish those who are split from their teams. And sure enough, Malibuca Ping walks with the team wipe against Eyedrops. They do have that Shogun's medallion. They will be able to try and make good work of it. Also a healthy amount of material here from Malibuca, practically cap mats.
The difference between Malibuca's trio and Vanyak's trio going into this game was just one elimination, less than an elimination in terms of points, both neck to neck. As we look at Gripey, Rezoy, and Noms taking a good elevated position here. Edge of Storm now, as the zone even pulled towards them. Potential to try and take height here. Taste and Chicho, Trulex, they've lost it as they're down below now.
Tayson, Trulex, and Chicho, though. This is a huge moment potentially for Trulex specifically. We're talking about somebody who had back-to-back third-place finishes at Global Championships and now struggling to even carve his way into that top 5. Rezoy and Noms also trying to catapult themselves to frontside height, but Malibuca, he's found Nathan. He's got the knock. Should be able to collect the body loot as well, and just continuing to really just assert full dominance on this mid-ground layer.
Ravage every player in sight. They have more than enough materials, and the issue is Vanya, Pixie, Marius, they are incredibly low. It's only wood left over for Vanya. He's got 8 builds, and the other trio holding that top 5 is looking more than healthy. Vanya, Pixie, Marius, they need to find a solid refresh.
And Vanya, though, just trying to commit to an area where he'll be able to find somebody running underneath his builds, hopefully. But Malibuca, he's taking notice of height yet again, just barely managing to prevent themselves from getting chopped out entirely. Malibuca, though, he's not content to wait Marius as well, also looking to try and make that same tackle for height, looking to bring down our players, and Shark gonna be one of the first.
This could be it. Is that going to be enough of a refresh for them to get more ahead? As Gripey, Rezoy, and Noms are doing an amazing job of applying that pressure onto second height. They don't want to let Malabuka, Ping, or Wox retake it from them. They have enough mats to hold it as Malabuka, Wox, Ping forced onto the low ground now, getting incredibly low. Wox forced to use chug splashes as the zone is going to make its second to final pull here.
Thought for a moment that their intention would be to go for the high ground eventually. Instead, they're totally content to just control that front side low. Marius, on the other hand, still smothered. Vanya falls directly behind him. He has no other choice but to keep moving forward, trying to break through these builds without a void Onimas. He's only got the kinetic blade. He's just got to sit still and listen, wait for that opportunity to get an elimination.
Still so many placements to be made. Malabuka is cracked, trying to get back into zone. Dropped to just 29 HP. Gets knocked down onto his knees as it's all up to his duo now. Marius left alone as a solo gets absolutely beamed out of the sky. Ping Wox now playing it as a duo.
And Ping and Wox as well from the low ground. They're fully aware of the fact that they don't have a real way to try and challenge for height, so to say. Right now, they're even focused on just trying to stay alive in general. Ping does have that Shogun's medallion. All he has to do is sprint. He's running around, trying to get as much momentum as possible, hoping that nobody scouts him out just yet. Gonna even drop that medallion the moment that he realizes he couldn't hold on to it any longer. Wox, though, won't be able to pick up anything after the fact.
Got the medallion, but got it eliminated shortly after as Gripey, Rezoy, Noms want to close this one out. There is a full trio. It's Tayson down below that want to put a stop to the high ground chaos, but Rezoy isn't going to let that one slide as he drops down, and he's looking to get fraggy.
Catry as well, directly underneath where Chicho currently sits. But Gripe, Rezoy, Noms, with this control of Aitakata, they've got the real star-studded seat to close this one out.
I see Nako down below, though. This is a match that means everything to them. They haven't been able to make it too far in these end games, but as they try and climb the mountain, Gripey putting an end to it. Rezoy, Noms, just one more shot connected, and they close out this match, taking down Nako and taking home that victory royale.
A hard-earned lobby finish there as well from Group A's
Wenn das einer gemacht
I
hat,
can
ey.
respect the celebration in that webcam as well. It was not easy necessarily, Takada, especially when we think about some of the teams that were also looking to break their way through those elevation shifts, but maintaining
war die sich grad noch...
position, just ultimately
Was?
proving to be too good.
Yeah, I mean, that's gonna boost them up the leaderboard. They were in the mid-section going into this match, I believe, in 19th place. So now with that victory royale, hopefully
Veno wurde
boost them up
geschlagen.
enough spots. But I'm also thinking in the back of my head, you know, the last trios that were up in the top 5, we got Vanya's trio, Malabuka's trio. They were 3-point difference getting into this match. How much is that going to change now that both of them made it to the end game after the other
Das ist eine
top 5
Ironie
trios have
irgendwie.
gone down? There's so many questions I have, Taco, but there's only 3 that can answer them. So Frankie, take it away.
Thank you very much. Rezoy, Noms and Gripey fully took hold of the situation on high ground after the usual kings went down early on. 11-2K, how likely do you think that victory royale was at the start of the game? Were you expecting to see those guys take it?
It was not something I was expecting, to be completely honest with you, Frank. I like to be honest around here. Sometimes I put in a little white light here and there, but if I'm being honest, it wasn't something I was expecting at all. But it was nice to see, you know, a sort of almost reset game. I feel like we get these every once in a while, many in like these FNCSs where like we're all waiting for the winning moment to happen, like, and someone to just do it in game 11, and then, you know, everything goes out the water and we actually now get the close game 12 we've been wanting. So big thank you to Noms, Rezoy and Gripe for providing us that. I've already been bigging up Gripe a lot this season because he's, you know, doing great things outside of competitive in the world of UEFN and whatnot, but thank you. You have saved this grands for me.
Yeah, I mean, I first sort of heard of Grippe when he actually played with Flixie, and they got 5th, I think it was sort of Chapter 4 Season 2 in that season, and I always sort of had a bit of admiration for him. He seemed like a good grinder, good player, could never really find a teammate that really worked for him after Flixie, and of course now Flixie's gone on to do amazing things, so it's nice to see these guys picking up a nice victory royale here in this game, and of course for them it's going to boost them up in the standings, as Takata rightly said. It's their own sort of mini storyline. We're talking about these bigger sort of effects on the leaderboard, but for them it's going to do wonders for them going into this last game and boost them up in the standings, earn them some more money. It's absolutely vital.
It's also, I guess, a good morale booster for them in terms of thinking about what they want to do going into Season 2. Because obviously all of our trio is going to have to make some big decisions at the end of Major 1 in deciding whether they're going to stick, whether they're going to twist, and whether they're going to carry on. And I really hope that this trio does. And I really hope that you guys are going to carry on watching, because we only have one more game to go before we crown our Major 1 FNCS Europe champions. So don't go anywhere.
Diese Musik irgendwie. Schon geil.
Welcome back to FNCS. We just have one more game, and then we're going to find out who our first champions of the year will be. And it is incredibly close at the top of the leaderboard, especially after some of our biggest runners in this race had an early exit in game number 11. And in fact, there's only something like 40 points between a lot of our teams in this top 5. It's absolutely wild, Mini Miner.
Yeah, and it could have been even closer if Ping, Wox, Malabuka, Vanya, Pixie, Maris had better games right there. Not to say they didn't have a very good game at all. They had a decent game, 5th place for Ping, Wox, and Malabuka, but that gap could be even tighter. I think right now, Levin, In my opinion, I think it's just too much for them to clutch out. I just don't see them overtaking Vico, Ven, and Flixie. They're just so solid off spawn. And we saw it in that game. They're so aggressive early on. They weren't nervous whatsoever.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one, I think, because obviously they had a rough game, but the other two beneath them didn't do enough in that game really to you know, they made it closer, of course, coming into this, but they needed to have a good game, right? Like, that's the game where it's like, okay, your biggest competitors go down, get a win now. Do you know what I mean? Let's have some fun with it. Like, let's really start to ramp things up and build some momentum here. And if I'm Vico, Ven, or Flixie, I'm looking at these guys in Malibuka, Ping, and Watts, and I'm smiling because these guys look set up to win it, right? They got the Omega refresh when he took out like 4 different players and had just cap mats, cap everything, and you're thinking, okay, now you just play out the game from here, and surely you just win, right? Or at least, you know, get a top 2 for us. And then things just start going awry. You see Malibuka goes down here. Everything's discoordinated. Ping had the Invis medallion. He didn't know what to do with the Invis medallion. Tried to drop it to Wox, but it was just too late at that point. Again, it just felt like everything was all over the place. This team needs to calm down.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, 11, if you're looking at the leaderboard, if you're looking back at the 11 games that we've had so far today, they haven't won. They haven't actually managed to pick up a victory. So should we really be surprised that they haven't managed to pick up a VR in that game? Because they haven't been doing it all day, and that's been a key for them. Of course, finding some consistency, but they haven't been able to win. So for them right now, it's definitely now or never in this last game.
Another trio without a victory royale to the name is Vanya's trio, and they did make it close towards the end game, but they had some serious issues with their map, Mimina.
Yeah, they did. Very similar situation to Ping, Watts, and Malibuka. It was almost like a mirrored performance, if you like, from both of these guys, playing these low to mid-ground layers, albeit with a few less eliminations on this team's perspective, but a very similar endgame, Levin, to where they just ran out of steam there towards the end, and they also needed to have a massive game. They needed a win in order to close that gap to Vico, Veno, and Flixie. So for them right now, I think they need to set their sights on second.
This game is going to teach me a lot about Marius and Pixie. You know, Vanya is a champion. Vanya's shown us that, you know, with the right teammates and the right situation, he can win an FNTS, right? I know that from Vanya. When I look at Pixie and Marius, I look at 2 young stars who have lit the world on fire over the past year and haven't quite had, you know, the best opportunities maybe in an FNCS to actually go out there and win, right? And compete to win. This game 12 tells me a lot about who these players are going forward, especially in the case of Marius, right, with all the hype he had last year. A lot of people counting him out. They said, oh, he's got to get away from Sandguild and play with people better, right? You know, all these things, all these narratives that we've had over the course of the year for those 2 as talented players culminates into this next game. I want to see them go huge.
Well, this is going to be a huge next game, boys, because we don't have a champion secured. Veno, Vico, and Flixie, they might look confident for that #1 spot, but anything can happen when everything is on the line. And there are so many experienced big names who are within arm's reach of that top spot. There are 2 places up for grabs for our trios in the global championships. Everyone wants to secure this at the start of the season so they can just go onwards and upwards from here. But who is going to be #1? After this game, we'll find out.
The prestigious Blade of Champions, a guaranteed spot on the battle bus for the global championship taking place later on this year at Takata. There are some huge implications that could potentially pan out here for our final match, Major 1 Finals.
The pressure is on the line. Will Vico, Veno, Flixie be able to hold on to the throne and claim that Blade of Champions? Will they get overthrown by either Malibuka's trio, by potentially Vanya's trio? Will another trio in the top 5 make the comeback? That question will be answered in this final match of the EU FNCS Major Finals. I could not be more excited, Taco.
And considering how we left off yesterday,
Letzte Runde. Wir gehen in die letzte Runde vom FNCS Final for Europa.
Early games, though, a lot of these trios in the top 5 aren't contested. One that is, though, is Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy.
Es wird spannend.
Time and time again, it's
Letzte Runde entscheidet über Platz 1.
to make something happen in the end game last match, so it's all up to them now in game 12 to do it.
And Mustache, he's got a shriek to try and keep alive here. You have to remember, for the past 2 chapters, he has won the very first major finals. And so, considering that that's now being threatened, that he might potentially, well, I shouldn't say potentially, it's a huge uphill battle even, to try and overtake where Veno, Vika, and Flixie currently sit on the leaderboard. They've got to go absolutely nuclear in this lobby, Takada, to even make up for the time that they missed out with the early departure in match 11.
Now, the main issue with this off-spawn engagement is that even if Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache do end up winning this battle, if it takes too long, they're gonna end up losing it to the third party. So it's either they take it very quickly or they just loot up and disengage. And it looks like both trios right now are trying to take the safer route for this last match.
For Queasy's team especially, they know exactly what's on the line here. Teeny, Svi, Atris, a battle we've been watching all day long taking place at Shogun Solitude. They thought if they designated where they wanted to drop here today, that it would bow better for them, but that's kind of worked against them. Svi at least trying to win this fight up against Dom, but he watches as Teeny gets knocked. He might have a similar knock onto Dom, but 1 versus 2,
am Ende.
and the numbers are just
Das war's
in his
für.
favor.
Yeah, I mean, not having that player advantage.
Na,
He
geht,
knows
komm,
they're going
geht
for
drauf,
the
siehst du.
has to make that push, but
Was soll machen?
they just
Er
got
wurde
too
von
much
3
loot,
Leuten
too much
anvisiert.
shield, and he doesn't have anything that he can use to close it out. As we look at Vico, Veno, Flixie continuing with their uncontested drop spot.
They're definitely aware of the fact, though, that other teams have for sure taken notice of
Ist tot.
how many goods
What the
are
fuck, Kami?
actually left over here from their initial loot
Grippe
path
ist
at
tot.
Flooded Frogs, and they don't want to let anybody else take part in essentially that little loot pile they established, because they want to be able to get their damage, go back to Flooded Frogs, and be able to make sure that when they next depart, that they're still going to be healthy enough to just pick dead side rotations or optimal positions deeper into zones. Vanya, Marius, and Pixie, though, they've been the talk of the town.
This is a trio that I want to highlight. I mean, you have Pixie, who was previously trioed with Queasy, Veno, now just waiting for that shot once again after getting the bad side of the trio switch up to kind of prove himself alongside Marius from a pop-off performance in Major 1, waiting as well for his chance once again on a solid team to put some respect on their names. And like Len was saying, Vanya, he's a champion, had an amazing year last year, but he couldn't show what he was made of on the global stage, and all it takes is a top 2 today to qualify all 3 of them to the global championships and finally put some respect on this trio as we look at Chino, Pink, and Nebs, who are starting off in a dangerous situation.
It's the other side of that leaderboard conversation. Pink, Nebs, and Chino, while they're able to hold down 25th after the end of day 1, day 2 has been an incredibly rough go. Chino, Pink, Nebs are also just trying to ensure that Batman for a strokey Volko caught off guard, though. Didn't realize how exposed he actually was to Chino, but still not enough to claim the life just yet, as Marius now trying to take over.
This could be huge. It's everything for this trio. They cannot afford a loss in the early game here. They've already taken down 2. They're starting off strong, but they have to know when it's time to disengage. They've gotten a good amount of damage. They've recuperated a lot of the materials already. They're Edge of Storm here. The more time this fight takes, the riskier it gets, but Pixie might have just found one more. Goes for the edit. It is a duo, though. You don't want to get double pumped here.
Frozy's gonna cause Marius to reconsider this approach, but Artis might get the better end of this exchange. Only momentarily, though. Marius known for being such a heavy fragger, and Pixie with a huge knock, but he loses his shield in the process. Artis might just try to shing his way through, but it's not gonna cut it just yet. Marius also with the backup calls, just in case. Might not even be necessary. This engagement for Artis Trio just falling apart.
This is everything for this trio, though. They now have 4 eliminations. They've started off with more than enough damage and freedom to play for that end game. Veno, Vico, Flixie, though, all eyes were on them coming into this event. Favorites in terms of taking home this championship. They're in the first place spot, but with one bad game here in the early game, they could quickly be dropped down.
Even if it's just a decent match, second place is too close for comfort. They want to make a statement with how they close out EU Major 1 finals here at Takata, and Vigo looking to see if he can get an overhead view onto Gudenbri. He's just created and controlled so much of the layer directly above, but Gudenbri doing a decent job at defending. Flixie also nearly finds an opening shot onto Clownski, but Gudenbri, his shields, his HP in general, it's not looking good.
This is the exact same trio that they were able to take out in the last match as well. It was a surprise attack though, and this time around, the trio's ready to get defensive. I mean, Vico, Flixie, Veno, there's a trio that's coached by the same person that coaches Peterbot on NA. These are Titans looking to not only take home this Major 1, they want to take home every major this year alongside the global event. And this is the start of it. If they're able to win this fight and set themselves up, give them that freedom to continue rotating later on in this match, all it takes is a bit of damage. But on the contrary, if they go down now, that dream could be eliminated.
Huge credits to Raz as well, by the way, for his coaching capabilities, especially when you're working with some of the most talented players in EU. You would think these guys, surely they got to know everything, but Raz, one thing's for sure, his team's day 2 performances, they always tend to be a little bit better than the first, and Gudenbri experiencing that right now. Veno, Vico, Flixie just continuing to close in, refusing to let Gudenbri have a moment to even think about trying to regenerate some of those shields.
Looking incredibly in favor of Veno, Vico, Flixie here. They just have to wait for that moment to strike. They want to find that opening, but you can't get nervous. Moneymaker is almost cracked here. They have the HP advantage. They have the shield advantage. You can tell, though, being this last game with so much pressure on the line, they cannot afford a mistake. They cannot get boxed up as a solo here. They've already done so much damage, but this fight is taking longer than a usual one from this trio.
How far we've come since the Vico free loot days. Vico, though, he's spotting an opportunity onto Clownski. Gets a piece, but not enough. And Vico, he still wants more. Clownski, Gudenbri, Moneymaker, though, they're going to be the ones that actually turn it on to Flixie. This is disastrous.
They caught him out as a solo. This is what they could not let happen. As shots connect through various angles, Veno, Vico have to decide what to do now. They've lost Flixie. Are they just going to fully disengage and come back later? How many options do they have? Veno only has one build. If Gudenbri, Clown, and Money start pushing them, this could be lethal.
This fight is just taking entirely too long. Teams from a distance also causing issues with commitment here, but Veno, Vico, they're getting chased out. Gudenbri has spotted the opportunity. Moneymaker as well. Vico just trying to do what he can to recover some material, but they're playing so split from each other. It's a prime opportunity for Moneymaker.
On the other end, though, this could be an opportunity for Vico to get that reboot card and bring Flixie back in the game while all eyes are on Veno as he runs away. But it looks like there's still a player looking at Vico now. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to make it out either. The aggression is getting changed from Veno to Vico. It's even a different trio that's looking at him. It's Lucia. It's Princess Arcus. It's a whole new trio going for Vico. They know he's a solo.
And poor Vico, he's left to just try and make a run for it. Veno can't get close because if he reveals himself, not only does he have to deal with Moneymaker's team, but a whole new trio entirely. That would be an easy sandwich, and that's not the kind of pinch that Veno's trying to get himself caught up in.
It looks like Vico might have been able to make it out from the pursuit of Lucia and his trio, but this is still not what you want to see from our top contenders going into this last match of the major finals. Fully split up from each other, one man down, now have to get the reboot and bring themselves back into the match. The good news is, though, it looks like they got out of the aggression so far. They'll have a bit of time to potentially bring Flixie back in and look for that comeback.
What's left to be considered, though, is that all our teams in that top 5 of the leaderboard bound to be paying note of what's actually going down in that elimination feed. And with that being said, if you know that Veno and Vico are going to have to make a play for a reboot.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Kamek, Mix, and Blaha, they caught Marius and Vanya.
Another tragedy for one of our top trios. Marius, Vanya put into panic as the pressure's on them. A full trio storming on in as Pixie gets dropped to just 6 shield. They're forced to pop that water sprite. The good news is they were able to get out without a single player getting knocked. They already have the advantage of 4 eliminations to start this off. They can basically play full dead side for a majority of this mid game. They don't need to take any risks. But that was almost unfortunate with the full trio coming in, already having builds placed. The good news is they made it out, but so did Veno, Vico, and Flixie.
Kamek, Blaha, and Mixon knew that they had one opportunity to get the job done, and when it didn't pan out in their favor, it was an immediate disengage. They were not willing to stick around. They knew just how heavily based Vanya and Marius were at the time. Flixie being rebooted, though, is massive. Granted, Veno and Vico and Flixie, they still have so much to make up for. They've got surge and time lost in that kind of essence, but they can still make up for it, and they can definitely still hold strong here.
Malabuka walks and ping. Walks after day 1 of these major finals. I mean, we've talked about it, moving to 0 ping, looking at huge potential in terms of playing aggressive and getting those eliminations, those frags, especially in the late game. But after day 1, he wasn't even up there in terms of statistics compared to other players. But now in day 2, he's made an absolute comeback alongside his trio, dominating the rest of the lobby. Can they bring that forwards through this last end game when it matters the most? As we look back at Swizzy, Queasy, and Murstache, they made it out of Seaport this time, but not without any eliminations.
Oh, Malabuka, this is a problem, Panzer. Recognizing the fact this is a weakened player, I'm gonna go ahead and charge right through, but cover fire from Ping and Walks. They're gonna be able to save Malabuka for the time being. Malabuka might even have the chance to escape.
Nice.
Take that back. Savage gonna shut that dream down immediately. Travesty strikes.
Second place going into this match. Malabuka gets taken out, leaving it to Walks and Ping. We were just talking about how much value these fraggers were able to get in the late game, but now with Malabuka gone down, another of our top trios forced to play it out slower. Vico, Veno, Flixie had kind of the fortunate aspect of it being done so early that they did have that opportunity to get a quick reboot, but now Ping and Walks, it's going to be a lot more difficult for them.
Alter.
Queasy, Swizzy, and Murstache, though, they've been trying to set up base on this mountain span next to brutal boxcars, and Lucy, Monet, Loki, they're not looking to let this real estate go for free by any means, but Swizzy still has a good scope of the entire lobby. Murstache also trying to keep other teams in check, trying to prevent them from getting involved in their current exchange.
Trying to decide what's next for this trio. They have so many opponents in the surrounding areas. They're able to just kind of take shots at the players not only already boxed up, but the ones surrounding them. They know they can't put themselves at risk, though, as now Walks and Ping are going to be forced to go for that reboot and make it back to zone.
They don't have any other options here, but the problem is that this is going to take so long. And not only that, but you could see what Ping and Walks are fighting for in the first place. Their very first FNCS title to come this close, and then watch it just slip through the cracks. It can be a tough break for anybody.
The good news is they were able to get that reboot. Hopefully we'll see them later on, but I'm also thinking Vanya, Pixie, Marius. Now this is a trio in a similar situation. We've talked about Vanya. Has what it takes to be a champion, but hasn't yet had the opportunity to showcase that on a global stage. And being top 2 what qualifies you to the global championship. Seeing also that Malabuka, Walks, and Ping are currently in that second place spot, 20 points above them going into this match. They want to not only have that chance to qualify to the global championship, but potentially even just take this tournament down themselves and really show what they're capable of.
Not trying to panic by any means. They just need to work it through calm and steady for this match 12. If they want to net the results that they're after. Chicho, Trulex, Tayson, though, a team that just has so much pedigree in name alone, and yet has largely struggled throughout the course of this Major 1 finals. The Surge meta just working entirely against them.
Yeah, who was once seen as the undoubtable GOAT. As now we look at Veno, Flixie, Vico, who have caught Starkis off guard, but they do have to be careful as once again Veno's been cracked. Another fight in the storm. This trio cannot afford to go down again. They've already recuperated that rough situation at the start of the match. They don't want it to happen again. Nefrizzi up above. Vico's gonna go for a shot here. Box is placed by Nefrizzi. He's playing on the defense now as Vico gets some shots connected onto him. 43 shield still to work with. Veno looking back, absolutely cracking Starkis, but not enough to eliminate him.
Veno's just trying to finish what he started. Flixie knows that he's got Rakuzan in his sights, and finally, Veno is going to get the finishing tag there. Big elimination onto Rakuzan. That's just going to extend. Marius, Pixie, and Vanya are out of the count. Their hopes of maintaining a global championship position completely out the window, I would say.
Going into this match in 3rd place, getting knocked out before the 2nd and 1st place trio. You can see the 2nd place one, Malabuka Ping Walk, still looking healthy. And heartbreaking finish for Vanya, but that much more motivation for these next tournaments. They already proved that they can get this close. All that's left is to finish it off in the upcoming majors. For now, the eyes are on Malabuka Ping Walks, Vico, Veno, Flixie. All these trios that are still in the match looking to make something happen.
Several different teams, though. Malabuka Ping Walks, they want nothing to do with it. Shark and Jew kind of just directly next to them, but all these TPs flying forward, bound to draw some attention from the team that's still up on Shogun's arena. Granted, Malabuka just trying to make quick work of it, doesn't want to stick around to find out what might happen next.
Rift Island doesn't close inside of the zone here as Malabuka takes some shots rotating on in. But the focus for a lot of these trios is just to get in zone, but you gotta be careful on these rotates. Walks, gets knocked down, his team doing what they can to build on out and keep him up. Small Fry's getting dropped the double. Revive coming through, and I think I can hold my breath a little longer. The match is not over for Malabuka Ping and Walks yet.
Problem, though, is at this time that they're gonna have to spend fishing to bring back some of those much needed heals for later on. And it's not time that Vico has, so to say. He's just trying to escape for the time being. They've been caught in too much of an exchange here at Brutal Boxcars, just looking to teleport out.
It's been back-to-back chaos from the start of this match. It's been non-stop as Vico and Veno are left to play this out as a duo. All eyes are on them. Shots coming from various angles, running lower and lower on materials. Veno gets cracked. Veno gets knocked. It's all up to Vico. 5 HP and a dream.
They are getting absolutely lobbied right now. These teams staying behind the rest. Vico has so much on his shoulders currently because Ping Walks and Malabuka, even if Malabuka did take the early spill, he's still back in the running here. His team a little bit hurt to losing Walks, but
bleiben Ping, Wuffy und Malabuka auf jeden Fall auf Platz 2.
Here. Vico knows exactly what he's dealing with. He doesn't want to risk this first place position. It is all down to as many points as possible.
A 47-point difference between first place and second place. Vico, Veno, Flixie being in that first place spot. If they get eliminated right now, that will be all that Malabuka, Walks, and Ping need to take that #1 spot from them. Everything is on the line for Vico.
problem is he has literally nothing here, Takada. There's no way that he's going to be able to finish with where this zone is pulling to. He's got to just hope that nobody even scouts out the fact he only has 2 builds left over. Wax, Ping, Malabuka, they lose him one more time. But Wax and Ping, they've been here before, but Wax wasn't expected to go down with them. Ping left as a solo now, just trying to separate from the rest of his team. But CZA chasing him out.
This is tragic. Ping now not only has to clutch it out as a solo, but even if Fico ends up going down, which he did, now he has to get more than 40 points just by himself in this late game. If this happens, we might be witnessing one of the greatest solo clutches in Fortnite history.
The fact that he was able to shut down CZB though on that chase attempt is huge. He's at least managed to create a little bit of box space for himself. He might even be able to get a big tag onto somebody that's rotating a little bit later as well. He's gonna at least make sure to go acquire some of that body loot. But interesting that he's opting to hold on to the Fury as opposed to the Hollow. He probably just wants to, he knows he needs to just be as aggressive as possible. The higher firepower is just gonna bode better for him later on.
47 points, Taco. 47 points is what Ping has to clutch up as a solo right now. As he could get some potential mats here from Shakeoff. It's still 8 zones. So many more placements to be made. So many more potential eliminations to get. The issue is, I don't think he has any spare shields. He really needs to find a refresh to recuperate some of those shields. But with the triple spray coming through, dropped down to 41 HP and no way to recuperate it. There's no way, right?
He can't even think about it. He's got exclusively wood builds at this point. He's just trying
Du bist mich die ganze Zeit am
to make as
Einladen.
much box space as possible, but everybody's noticing the fact that these are all wood builds.
Nee, ich bin die ganze Zeit nicht im Fortnite drin. Ich hör's nur. Und da ich die ganze Zeit Ja, ich bin in Fortnite drin, bin aber nicht drauf halt. Wieso nicht?
Yeah, even so.
Weil ich FNCS gucke. Machst du eine Runde alleine und danach trete ich dir bei? Nochmal.
Queasy, Merstash looking to keep history, taking home all the Major 1 finals on EU. He was able to do it in the past 2 years. Can he do it once again? If they want to make that comeback, they need not only a victory royale, but they need to get double-digit eliminations, high double-digit eliminations to secure that as Ping continues with his solo clutch.
They also need Ping
Sag
to
mal
just
was,
be
wenn du mich hörst.
eliminated already. What's this guy got? He has 0 business still staying alive. First moving zone, just trying to break through these pre-existing builds. Hope nobody notices him. Pickaxing from behind, hoping to just gather whatever goods he might. And as he continues to break through these builds on the low ground, Takada, it is a miracle that he hasn't been spotted yet because he is 1 bump shot away from being eliminated.
The other thing to keep in mind is that even if he's not able to take that first place spot, if he can at least hold on to second, it might be enough to solidify themselves a spot in the global championship. But Ping goes down. If Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy are able to win this game, it could at least put them in second place spot to qualify them to the global championship. But if they're able to get enough eliminations, it might just be possible to take that first place spot.
They've already started the process as well. 2 eliminations on Swizzy, but Merstash, he's just got to get up close and personal. He's got to start building up these elims. He's been building so many up to this stage. Gide, gonna be another one claimed here. That's
and Queasy can actually win grands if they win this game.
He was able to do it in the past 2 years. Can he do it once again? If they want to make that comeback, they need not only a victory royale, but they need to get double-digit eliminations.
Malabuka, if he wants to pull globals, Ping needs to pull, or Ping needs to clutch like 50 points this game as a solo. Bro, we full fucked Malabuka over last game, bro. I'm actually like, I kind of feel bad because he helped us, you know, he was coaching us. And he's Panzer Shroud. Nathan's died. Nice.
And as he continues to break through these builds on the low ground,
He still has the lead.
it is a miracle that he hasn't been spotted yet because he is 1 bump shot away from being eliminated.
The other thing to keep in mind.
Refreshing the stream just in case. Oh, he goes down.
It might be enough to solidify themselves a spot in the global championship. But
They rebooted anyway, yeah, but I mean, I'll say all game.
Queasy and Swizzy are able to win this game, it
Oh,
could at
Taste and
least put
Trudex
them
and
in
Chico need to
second
die,
place
man,
spot
so we get
to
7th.
qualify them to the global championship. But if they're able to get enough eliminations, it might just be possible to take that first place spot.
No way Queasy wins
Already
wild
started
comp,
the
bro. There's
process
just
as well.
no
2
fucking way.
eliminations on Swizzy, but Mustache,
Chat,
he's
I
just
don't
gotta
think
get
anyone's
up
ever
close
won
and
EU
personal.
FNCS
He's gotta
Qualcomm
start
before.
building up
If they
his
win this game and get enough kills, they
healings.
can actually win.
He's been building so
Oh,
many
Mustache with
up
kill.
to this stage. Kide gonna be another one claimed here. That's 4 more on the board potentially if he can finish them off. And there is such a mess taking place in this secondary height.
Swizzy,
also
don't
getting
sell this.
involved.
They have to play aggressive.
Der hier von Swizzy gerade gesessen, oder?
Swizzy are going straight down, looking for these eliminations. They not only want to
Oh
secure
shit,
that spot
oh
at the
shit,
global
oh shit.
championship, they want that blade of champions. They
Where's
want to take
Payson?
it all the way
Payson's
home
on
as
low
they
ground.
continue to maintain
Pink with the
high ground,
chop.
but you gotta be careful. Pink wants
Pink
it.
with the chop on the high ground.
He wants to just chop them out if anything. The way that the zone is
Queasy
pulling over
dies.
the hill, but Queasy, he's
Queasy
gonna find
dies.
himself in the victim seat. He's
Die.
Oh, hell no.
Swizzy, Mustache, they're gonna have to run this one as a
Pink on the high ground.
because it's gonna be Nebs
Drop them,
and
no?
Pink taking over height.
No.
Mustache
Oh god, Pink.
forced to drop Mustache,
Oh my
though,
god, Pink just
but
shit on
he
Mustache.
but he
Goes
gets
down though.
eaten alive in the process.
Loki just griefed.
His teammate Swizzy, he's got his back, but for how long?
Gino
The
don't kill
whole trio
Swizzy.
goes down. Is it gonna be enough to overcome
Yo, someone
second
kill
place?
Tazen, bro.
As Demas, Pix, and Darm might have something to
Somebody
say
kill
about it.
Payson, bro.
Demas picked and Darm.
Chico
They've
gets a
quietly been
kill.
part of the conversation, but the last
Payson
couple
gets
of
2.
bodies have not been in their favor. Darm, though, with
Darm
no
goes
material,
down.
just trying to
Demas
run
goes
around,
down, I
but
think.
can't buy enough
Yo, this
time.
team actually did
Demas
so well.
still
Chat, I think this is
left
a
over
this is
scattering,
their
trying to see
first
if he
grands.
can pick up any goods that
This is
might
the
have been
first
left
grands they've
over
ever
on the
played.
bodies. Big shots
So,
to connect,
Payson might
but
win this game,
he's
bro.
just causing disaster
Payson
for
win
the
this game, we
teams
get
that are
8th.
fully intact.
We get
He
8th.
won't be able to push through.
Payson, Chicho, doing what they
Okay.
can. They were
The one
able
pump
to
from the
close
big
out
K.
these end games.
Oh
They
my
were
god,
so
he's
good at
fragging.
getting to them. But Payson, are you kidding me? Showing why he's known as one of the greatest Fortnite players of all time.
Cringe Kate Moppy, 3v2v1. Tayson wins this. Nah.
It's gonna come through.
No.
Can he stay
Oh
out?
Gott.
Yeah, there
Just
is
a
it.
blind teleport
3v2.
to the front side.
3v2, come on,
though,
Pink.
Nebs all too quick
Come on,
to
Pink.
try and pick him off for a K. Cringe, Mappy underneath.
Okay, Gino.
Nebs, they've got to try and
Nebs.
close this one
Nebs
out,
gets a
but
kill.
K
Hörst du mich?
Oh my god.
Gino might
They just
actually
shit on
do
them.
it.
They just shit on
Hallo?
them.
They close it out, taking out Mappy in the last final moments. Game 12 of
Alright.
the EU.
Chat, let's see the leaderboard. Turn off sub only, please. Turn off sub only. Alright. Alright. Let's see. I think we got 8th. Who won? Oh my god. Vico won. Malibuka 2nd. Both of these teams are going to globals. Pixie Marys, Calvani Cake 3rd. Murstar Swizzy Queasy 4th. Walcon. That's actually mad impressive. Pix Demas, Koji Dar 5th. Adam 6th. Tayson Chico Trulex 7th. A little 8th place. Chat, you know. We definitely could have gotten 6th or 5th, you know, if there was some small improvements, but honestly, 8th place from Bird. 8th place from Bird is not that bad, you know. Or it's actually not bad at all, in my opinion. I think that's pretty fucking good.
Zwölfter Platz. Ne, war das nicht alternativ? 8. Platz. Haben sie geschafft. Nice.
The Bluetooth device is ready to pair.
Hörst du mich? Hallo? Ja, hörst du mich? Ja, jetzt höre ich dich. Es wird sich offen. Ich merke es, ja. Hast du jetzt praktisch zweimal neu gestartet, oder? Achso. Achso. Wollen wir dann? Das weiß ich nicht. Hab keine gemacht. Wir können ja Story lernen. Ach, ich auch. Bei welcher bist du? Wischenberg? Ah, und ich muss hier hin. Dann, let's go. Ja, dank mir, ne? Ja, doch. Was warst du zu Hause? Schatz. Okay. Zu spät erst. 19 Uhr und du kommst jetzt erst online? Halb 8 und du kommst jetzt erst? Weil ich es kann. Ich zeig dir, was ich kann. Warte. Wo bist du? Man muss jetzt also gut performen, damit meine Community nicht einschläft. Ja, ich? Ne, ich... Hä? Nochmal. Achso. Also ich bin bei 11 Kronensiegen. Jetzt wirst du eigentlich extra verlieren. Ich gehe dann zu meiner Mission. Nur 500 Meter weit weg von dir. Gleich schon. Krass, das ist viel. Was heißt an die 1000? Das heißt, das war nicht also nicht ganz 1000 oder? Ach so. Sagt man dann noch an die 1000? Sagt man nicht, ich habe dann etwas mehr als 1000 gemacht? Es soll etwas überraschend gewesen sein, weil es gerechnet wurde nur mit so einem ganz, ganz kleinen Event, aber es war offenbar größer, als man irgendwie zuerst annahm. Also, ich habe es ja selber auch nicht gesehen. Na, ich hatte aber auch keine Lust, ehrlich gesagt, online zu gehen. Ha? Ich hab noch keine Aufträge mehr. Na, das kann sein, ja. Ich verstehe diese Aufgaben irgendwie nicht. Habe ich die jetzt gemacht? Ich habe die gemacht, ja. Sammel auf. Wie das kommt. Oh mein Gott, Alter. Schon wieder so einer, ey. Alter, das kannst du doch keinem erzählen. Kannst du mal zu mir kommen, bitte? Ich versuche hier extra sogar abzuhauen noch. Kannst du dich jetzt schon auf den Weg machen, falls das... Ja, okay. Ich weiß. Ich hast 62 Leben noch dort. Beeil dich bitte. So weit. Ich bin nicht mehr weit von dir weg. Der hat mich. Geh nicht hin, alles gut. Dann hat er eben meine Krone, dann ist es so. Aber gut, du warst ja fast hinter mir. Ich hätte irgendwie gedacht, du warst weiter weg. Hab mein Gesetz strukturiert für die Prüfung. Körperschaftssteuer reingemacht jetzt. Gegner da drin. In dem Haus. Hinter dir. Hier ist kein Auto. Glaube ich. LKW. Kannst ja mit dem Anhänger fahren. Kannst du dann zu meiner Karte mal zugucken, dass du kommst? Was auf links von dir? Fahr nur durch. Nur durch die Karte. Schön. Oh nein, nicht schon wieder das, ey. Ich markieren auch. Wo bist du überhaupt? Ach da. Mach hier hinten. Weil ich das Gefühl habe, dass da Gegner sind. Wenn du es ganz sicher machen willst, dann mach hier. Ah komm, sind doch nur 400 Meter. Ach, schaust du schön. Und ich habe heute gelernt. Die ganze Zeit, währenddessen ich da geguckt habe. Seit 17 Uhr habe ich jetzt gelernt. Ungefähr Mitte 5 Minuten über dem Anfang von der letzten Runde bin ich dann jetzt eben fertig geworden. Das merkt man gar nicht so, ne? Vor allem dieser Weg ist scheiße einfach. Super gemacht. Würde jetzt hier ein Gegner sein, da würdest du nie wieder rauskommen. Ah ja. Ich fahr mal gleich noch nach Koblenz. Eine Kohle holen. Weil ich Durst hab. Ja, ich weiß. War so klar, dass du das sagen würdest. Ich habe dieses Seil hier irgendwie noch nie bemerkt und noch nie genutzt. Das geht hier nämlich so durch eine Höhle irgendwie durch. Krass. Wusste ich gar nicht. Ich gehe hier zu meiner Mission wieder. Könnte. Stopp sie bei dir. Okay, ich bin ein bisschen weiter weg. Deswegen nicht wundern. Ja. Was ist das fies, Alter? Ja, egal. Schon mal gerade den LKW. Ein Schwibbelschwabbel. Halt, Joe will unbedingt mit mir zocken, ey. Der lässt mich. Der hat gesagt, der hat keine Freunde und keiner zockt mit ihm. Wo muss ich denn hin überhaupt? Ja. Ich muss erstmal hier hin. Das kann ja was wir. Hab markiert. Geh einfach auf keine Gegner und tu einfach nichts Falsches machen am besten. Ich habe 2 Medikits dabei, für mich reicht das. Und am besten gehst du nicht da oben, wo geschossen wird. Die Gegner scheinen gut zu sein. Da muss ich als nächstes hin. Ah. Ach so. So, ne geht weiter. Aua. Was bist du für ein Allergieaufstieg? Und bestanden. Hä? In 380 Meter meinst du? Bei dir 300? Soll ich dich mit Motorrad abholen? Ist der blöd, Alter. Ich hab gewonnen. Ich hab den Kampf gewonnen. Schatz, ich habe den Kampf gewonnen. Ich habe trotzdem den Kampf gewonnen. Schatz, hier liegt unfassbar guter und sehr viel Loot in Gold. Und im Mystisch. Kommst du mal hier hin, vielleicht? Bitte. Wofür ich auch danke. Kommst du jetzt mal? Hast du viel noch? Hier ist einer hochgekommen. Ne, hier ist ein anderer Gegner. Hier ist ein Gegner hochgekommen. Ich habe alles voll, ich kann nichts mehr. Ich habe irgendwie Schiss hier zu stehen. Ne, will ich nicht. Nein! Ich wollte die wegholen. Hier liegt goldenes Sturmgewehr, ne? Slot, Friend! Ach so. Ach so. Ich glaube bestimmt das Jagdgewehr mit. Ich habe irgendwie Bock ein bisschen auf Jagdgewehr heute mal. Obwohl, warte, Jagdgewehr war scheiße, ne? Fällt mir gerade an. Dann wieder raus damit. Komm mit. Komm rein. Ich dachte, du hast den anderen geholt. Pass auf. Los, fahr. Wo fährst du hin? Was machst du? Ja, machen wir doch. Ja, hier hinten. Ah, danke dafür. Ah, ne, das bringt ja gar nichts. Ich werfe ein Fass von uns. Sorry, dass ich die Kill gestohlen habe. Hier, Medikit. Ich hoffe, das war okay. Was denn? Gesundheit. Ich glaube, das ist oben. Das ist eine ziemlich gute Frage. Warte mal. Hier hinten, hier hinten. Bei dem Haus hier. Ich lasse dir. Schön. Ich bin mir noch nicht sicher, ob das Gegner sind. Schatz, halt dich mal. Was will der denn? Kann der dich überhaupt eliminieren? Achso. Mystische Kiste. Kann ich mitnehmen? Trink dir Biggie, Schatz. Trink dir Biggie. Und dann... Ja, wir müssen Zone auch. Beeil dich. Leben nicht mal viele. Der Typ hat 163 Leben gerade verloren durch mich. Ich habe ihn nicht eliminiert. Raygun in Gold. Hab nicht so getroffen. Ah ja, hol ihn dir. Du schaffst den! Hol ihn dir! Du möchtest nicht rein zufällig, dass Halt schon mitspielt, oder? Ich hoffe, das hat er gehört. Ich hoffe, das hat er gehört. Er hat geschrieben, könnten wir nicht Trio oder so was machen? Ich bin sicher, dass das trotzdem Spaß machen wird. Ich habe geschrieben, meine Freundin möchte das nicht so. Kann ich bei meiner Mission landen? Können wir daran gleich vorbeifahren? Die sollten wir doch heute noch hoffentlich packen, oder nicht? Ich meine, da musst du jetzt Kills machen. Hast du wortwörtlich gar keine mehr? Das wäre ja scheiße, sag ich mal, wenn du die 5 Level jetzt nicht mehr holst. Und damit halt den Battle Pass nicht vorhin hättest. Dann. Mein Gott. Bestimmt viele Headshots gedrückt, Alter, gerade. Was müssen wir da machen? Das wäre ja kein Problem. Wir müssen ja eigentlich nur einen Bot finden dafür. Nein, Bot. Ach, den gibt's hier gar nicht mehr, den Bot, oder was? Willst du den hier noch machen? Was denn? Oh, was denn? Ach, ich doch gar. Hast du deine Aufgabe jetzt aktiviert? Wollen wir los? Schwert. 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 Okay. Willst du das Schwert haben jetzt? Dann hole ich es. Joa. Hä? Ich habe gerade gefragt, ob du es willst. Schade, dass das nicht mehr geht, dass man die Leute früher... Blau MP. Nein. Ja. Hast 34 Damage gemacht. Ich habe aber nichts verloren. Weißt du, was dir abgezogen wurde? Dir wurde 34 Damage abgezogen. Ich gehe jetzt zu meiner Aufgabe. Komm mit. Wir müssen hier runter. Dann gehe ich allein. Da liegen ein paar Gegner bei dir auf dem Weg. Ich gehe jetzt erstmal. Du hast gesagt, du... Warum? Ich will meine Aufgabe machen. Komm doch einfach mit. Wir landen da nächste Runde. Dafür gehe ich jetzt aber auf Gegner. Hä? Mach ich nicht, das wird nämlich eh ekel. Hier? Hier oben? In der Luft? Allesamt. Alter, wie hoch sind die, ey? Durch den Vulkan. Der hier. Achtung, da kommt Blut runter. Alter, geht mal damit hoch. Wohin? Wohin? Dahin? Naja, alles gut. Alter, ich bin schon fast wieder 4 Stunden lang online heute. Läuft. Ich guck gleich noch einen Film. Ja. Ja. Was kann ich machen? Was soll ich machen? Ich bin fast tot gewesen. 115 Leben. Ich bin fast tot gewesen, Schatz. Gönnst du dir gerade Splashies? Ah ja. Brauchst du ein Biggie? Okay. Gehst du Zug? Ey, da liegt der Loot. Jetzt müssten die so angesnappt werden einfach. Ah! Das war ich nicht. Das war ein Gegner. Gott, oh Gott, Alter. Bin runter. Gehen wir zurück auf die. Sicher? Warte, jetzt können wir auch zu meiner Aufgabe mal fahren. Lass mich fahren, Schatz. Geh rüber mit dir. Ja, wir wissen beide, du bist Paul Walker. Fahr mich hier hin. Da, wo ich markiert habe. Was? Ah, warte. Da. Gegengesetzte Richtung. Aus Versehen. Ich halte hier die Stellung. Ich halte hier die Stellung. Siehst du überhaupt noch was? Ich weiß nicht, wegen der Scheibe. Echt? Das wird ein bisschen zu riskant. Ich habe keinen Bock, gleich runterzufallen. Gib mal Boost. Okay. Wofür? Ach so. Ich wette, zu Fuß wäre ich schneller. Oh, das war jetzt frech, ey. Scheißdreck. Ich dachte gerade eigentlich wirklich, dass es so ist. Ich muss das Ding hier noch einsammeln. Oh, sind das Arschlöcher, Alter. Aber sind das Arschlöcher, Alter. Ich heile mich, dann gebe ich uns Splash. Ne, warte. Ja, aber ich glaube, wir beide haben uns erschrocken. Alter, wie kann man so assihaft sein und hier noch drin sitzen, Alter? Ja. Das ist sehr schön, ne? Ja. Wo geht denn der auf? Ach so. Mission habe ich schon erledigt, wir können also hier weg. Naja, zum Glück habe ich dem anderen einen richtig guten Shot gebracht. Hier ist noch eine Mission, die hole ich mal gerade. Ja, nochmal 15.000 bekommen. Und Levelaufstieg. Ich weiß, das sieht schrecklich aus. Wenn es an mir gehen wird, die würde ich am liebsten gerne ausziehen. Das sieht aus, als wäre ich schon ein kleines Kind einfach. Das sieht halt wirklich aus. Ich sehe die. Die haben Schwerter, wie ich gesehen habe. Es kann möglich sein, dass wir sterben, wenn wir drauf gehen. Kannst du dann mich wieder abholen? Hier. Ich glaube, die kämpfen, Schatz. Ich glaube, die kämpfen. Ja. Ich bring rein bei dir. Wohin? Scheiße. Hey, habe ich gut gemacht. Runter. Hätte der funktionieren können. Ja, nicht wahr? Hier. Ich habe eingepackt. Das Auto können wir eh nicht mehr holen. Oben waren welche. Ja, bin auf dem Weg. Oh! Was? Hey, nicht beschweren. Nein, ich hol das nicht. Hier wird ein lila Ding liegen. Ne? Da hinten liegt sehr viel Loot, ne, Schatz? Und eine lila. Achso, ich hab das nicht aus. Fahr mal da oben hin. Nee. Doch, die schießen um. Er ist oben. Wir gehen hoch, komm. Bist du mit? Ich gehe wieder runter. Hab Damage. Ich hab Damage übelst kassiert. Ich heile mich, dann komme ich wieder hoch. Ah, danke dafür, ey. Ich komme. Wo bist du? Bist du weg? Komm runter. Komm zu mir. Hab einen. Ich hab einen. Hab beide. Oder alle, anders gesagt. Weißt du was? Ich hol mir noch die Dings. Oder wozu? Wozu dir das? Dann nehme ich das Medaillon gerne. Dann müsste da oben liegen. Nein, es liegt hier. Hier unten. Ja, ich heile mich kurz, dann komme ich nach. Ich bin jetzt auf dem Weg zu dir. Ich werf den Medikit zu. Wo bist du? Ich kann das nicht so perfekt werfen von oben. Ich sehe die da oben. Okay, komm, Schatz. Ja. Wir müssen das Seil verwenden, Schatz. Du musst dein Schwert verwenden. Hast du gehört? Ah, ja, sehe ich gerade. Nein. Nee, nicht da reingehen, Schatz. Das macht 5er-Ticks. Geh doch weg da. Du stirbst. Oder so. Was soll ich denn dazu sagen? Ich habe nur gesehen, wie du fast stirbst. Du hättest eigentlich aus Prinzip verlieren müssen. Was? Wann hast du denn 3 Siege gemacht? Weil ich habe nämlich 12. Nein, hatte ich nicht vor. Ich habe die nächste Runde gespielt. Hast du denn vor, offline zu gehen? Dann haben wir was geklärt. Ja, das stimmt wohl, ja. Lief bei Gökse mit Gökse heute aber auch gut. Wir haben erst ganz relativ viele Siege geholt, auch wenn keine Krone dabei war. Schlussendlich, aber man hat viele Siege geholt. Und dann lief es scheiße und dann habe ich dann so lange mit ihm dann gezockt. Bis kurz nach 17 Uhr. Ja. Bis ich dann wieder einen Sieg hatte. Und das war der Sieg von eben halt. Weißt du, vor welcher Prüfung ich am allermeisten eigentlich Angst habe? Hab ich das mal gesagt? Vor der mündlichen. Vor der mündlichen habe ich mit am meisten Angst. Naja. Ich guck mal, welche Aufträge ich habe. Wo muss ich denn hin überhaupt? Ich sehe das gar nicht. Hä? Erlange... Warte mal, was? Ich muss Phase 5 von 6 machen, wenn ich bitten darf. Ich weiß ja auch nicht mal wohin. Die Karte ist ja nur zur Hälfte bei mir drauf. Weißt du, wo man Phase 5 von 6 macht? Scheiße. Hinter dir. Ich weiß gar nicht, dass ich so spät rausgegangen bin. Was ist denn los? Und da war einer, der schon eine Waffe hat, oder? Ja, ist doch umso besser. Dann kannst du doch ganz normal looten erstmal. Ich komme jetzt. Dann komm jetzt schon mal dahin. Ich bin nicht... Achso. Ich brauche noch ein paar Sekunden. Nee. Und ich warte. Wo ist denn der andere gelandet? Beide? Weil hier noch ein Partner von ihm war. Ich bin unter dir auf gut Deutsch. Ich habe gerade festgestellt, dass es hier Rohre gibt. Ich komme wieder hoch. Weiß ich nicht. Zeige ich dir gleich mal. Hab ihn. Er hat Krone. Pass auf, hinter dir. Hau ab. Das ist ein anderes Team. Kannst du mir helfen? Du kannst aber mal zu mir kommen vielleicht, dann kann ich uns heilen. Oh Gott, Duck. Ich gebe mir jetzt das Schild. Ist er dumm? Nee, bleib schön. Er ist runtergegangen. Haltst du dich dann? Gut. Soll ich kaputt machen? Ich gehe jetzt und hole mich mal ein bisschen Loot hier noch. Ja. Ich bin safe. Nur leider fahre ich mit einem Auto herum, was nur 2 Reifen hat. Aber ich bin safe. Also so viel kann ich. Wer? Die? Beobachtest du die? Wo bist du? Ich komme hinter dich praktisch wieder hoch. Ja, lass sie ruhig. Wenn die, solange die nicht in deine... Tschüss. Tschö. Na, dann geh ich wieder weg. Du hast ja tschö gesagt. Ach, besser so. Oh, geht hier so weit runter. Wo bin ich hier, Alter? Warum sehe ich diese auch hier zum ersten Mal? Irgendwo hier unten. Ja, kannst du selber mal gucken. Schrott. Ich nehme das Sturmgewehr mit. Na, ich weiß, wo ich bin. Schatz, hier unten kann man eine lila Schrotflinte kaufen. Willst du eine? Ja. Aua! Willst du jetzt eine lila Schrotflinte haben? Ja, komm mal mit. Hier kannst du lila Schrotflinte kaufen. Hier. Was für eine? Als würde ich dir hier einen Scheiß verkaufen. Hä? Ach Leute, hier kann man ja noch hoch. Ach ne. Na, nicht ganz. Hier ist schwarzer Hell. Guck, hier ist schwarz alles. Schwarz wie die... Was denn? Was denn? Ja, ich spür das eh nicht. Ach Leute, hier war ich. Ich geh mal hoch. Ha. Wo man nicht überall rumgeiert. Brücke ist alles clean. Bis sie einfach weiterläuft, weil sie wusste, dass ich das bin. Was wolltest du? Was suchst du? Da liegen noch Splashies, nutze sie mal für dich. Wohin? Du fährst weiter, Tanke, ich hole ihn. Hab beide. Gegner. Gegner. Ich hoffe, das Auto fliegt gleich in die Luft. Ey. Wieso denn meins? Ach so. Danke dafür und vor allem sehr schön eingepackt sogar noch. Willst du den Loot hier noch holen? Hier hinten liegt auch noch Loot. Der ist ein Ploppy. Kein Ploppy. Haben die das Auto gewechselt? Wie ich sehe. Ah ja. Da oben, links von uns. Die machen wahrscheinlich den Boss. Das hier ist der übliche auch für den Boss eigentlich. Hier oben. Hier oben. Pass auf, es sind mehrere. Pass auf, Schatz, geh weg! Ah ja. Echt? Dann hoffe ich doch, dass wir noch eine Krone holen. Oder willst du keine? Hoffentlich geht das gut, ey. Das wusste ich selber erst ja kurz, aber das Problem ist, du musst selber hier drauf gehen, damit das funktioniert dann. Sonst funktioniert es nicht. Glückspilz. Ja. Bitte hol ihn. Es ist nicht so leicht, wenn man nur eine Seite von Rädern hat. Was willst du denn, ey? Ah ja. Ja, hau mal schön ab, mein Bro, ne? Ich hoffe, er kommt jetzt aus Prinzip extra zurück. Tut mir leid, der ist mit dem Auto gerade abgehauen. Nee, nicht mit dem Porsche, mit dem Geländewagen, der hier stand. Schatz, komm mal her. Danke dafür. Der hat den hochgeholt, ne? Von hinten kommt ein Auto. Das Auto ist komplett low von dem, ne? Wir könnten den holen, der ist auch alleine auf. Ah, warte. Bist du tot? Und wo? Schade. Ich hoffe doch, er ist alleine. Oh mein Gott. Komm mit. Oh, das wird interessant werden. Hinter dir, Schatz! Scheiße. Ah, Mann, oh Mann, oh Mann. Gehst du offline? Ich denke, ich mache noch eine Runde, dann gehe ich auch offline. Dass ich zumindest die 4,5 Stunden für heute voll habe. Ich gehe ungern auf 4 Stunden 19 offline. Okay, dann bis gleich. Was spiele ich denn? Spiele ich nochmal? Na, ich spiele, glaube ich, noch eine Reload. Willst du mir noch zugucken? Warum macht eigentlich jeder so eigentlich aus? Okay. Boah, Alter. Naja. Zum Glück geht das mittlerweile wieder. Kann ich nicht jetzt das endlich mal löschen, ey. Warum bin ich jetzt tot, Alter? Ihr könnt das sehen gerade, ne? Also ich hätte jetzt warten. Hallo. Ich will keinen raus. Hä? Alter, was ist das denn für ein Bug, Alter? Gewesen. Dann gehe ich eben hier jetzt hin. Mann! Unverschämtes Glück, Alter. Hä, wann bin ich gestorben, Alter? Hä? Ich bin doch überhaupt nicht gestorben, Alter. Was soll das denn für eine Unverschämtheit sein? Komm, Alter. Was? Nur? Oh, lächerlich.
Habe ich auf 6 Monitore angemacht, Digga. Hinter mir über dem Aquarium waren auch noch 2 Monitore. Dann hatte ich auf 6 Bildschirmen 6 verschiedene Schmuddelfilme laufen, Digga.
Digga, was höre ich hier?
Also, überall hin, hinter mir, alles verpackt. Und wenn ich dann ganz crazy unterwegs war, habe ich noch was am Handy angemacht, Digga.
Denkt ihr, es geht ihm gut, Chat? Denkt ihr, es geht ihm gut, Leute? Das ist nochmal geisteskranker als die Mustang-Sache, sage ich euch, Chat. Sage ich nochmal. Valid? Okay, Maxi, das ist nicht valid. Sag ich ehrlich. Was für valid? War ich auch immer, ja.
Horrorüberfahrt für Passagiere im italienischen Ponza. Eine Fähre der Reederei Lazioma gerät bei der Überfahrt von Ponza nach Formia in schwere See. Dabei wollte der Kapitän eigentlich gar nicht losfahren. Als Passagiere und Fahrzeug an Bord sind, will die Besatzung das Ablegen wegen des schlechten Wetters verzögern.
Ah, lol. Junge, was sind das für Gegner, Alter? Alter. Halt die Schelle. Hallo? Hä? Oh mein Gott! Was? Was? Ich hab ihn geholt, der hat mich geholt. Perfekt. Was? 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 Das kannst du nicht so stehen. Das kann ich nicht so stehen lassen, Alter. Ich glaub's ja nicht. Ich glaub's ja nicht, Alter. Dieser kleine Hengst, Alter.
Dann reißen die...
Wenn der mir dieses Jahr wieder die 4 gibt, lernt er mich aber richtig kennen. Ich schwöre, Bruder, du hast dich dieses Jahr mindestens 5-mal gemeldet. Ohne Witz, die letzten Male habe ich es immer akzeptiert, aber dieses Mal werde ich dem eine Ansage machen. Das will ich sehen. Levin, du bist der Nächste. Ich komme. So, Levin, wie würdest du dich denn dieses Jahr selber einschätzen? Eine 3? Vielleicht auch eine 4? Das ist korrekt. Dieses Jahr gab es wieder die 4. Alles klar? Okay, passt. Wenn der mir dieses Jahr wieder...
Alle neuen iPhone-Benutzer machen diese 3 Fehler. Nummer 1 ist das manuelle Löschen von Fotos. Nummer 2 ist das Löschen aller Apps auf dem...
Faszinierendes Naturschauspiel auf Sizilien am Freitag. Der Vulkan Ätna spuckte hell leuchtende Lava aus einem Krater, der sich...
Krass. Warum mache ich das überhaupt, dass ich dahin gehe? Warum? Warum mache ich es? Oh mein Gott, Alter. Ach, ich verarschen jetzt. Was? Von wo? Komm ich nicht mal dran. Da unten uns den Loot hier. Alter. Alter. Ich sehe den da. Schrotflinte. Ah, Mann. Okay, das sollte für heute reichen. Ich habe keinen Bock mehr. So Leute, haut rein. Ich wünsche euch einen schönen Abend noch. Wir sehen uns kommende Woche. Haut rein und tschüss.